Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our board meeting. It is great to see you all. Hopefully you had an opportunity to get some rest this weekend for our Labor Day weekend, and to appreciation for all of us that are out there working hard each and every day, and especially in our field of education and educating our students and keeping them safe. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And let me see who it is this week. It's Sierra High School junior Jasmine Jefferson Salas will lead the pledge. Please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty. Thank you, Jasmine, for a job well done. We'll move on to 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any amendments or changes to the agenda? I'm sorry. Okay, there was one item that was to be included, I believe, in closed session that was not on the agenda. Is that correct?
Right. We're just going to add the AIC discussion to the.
And that was the discussion on roles of the AIC.
Yes.
So that would be the amendment to that. Okay. Any other discussion or items to be pulled or?
President Wyatt, so you're adding that to the agenda?
Yes, ma'am. I guess that was
Okay.
not included.
Okay,
So
okay.
that needs to be a discussion item.
So
in
I
closed
accept
session.
that.
Okay. Well, we'll vote on it in a little
We'll
bit.
vote on it,
But thank you. All righty. Any other items for the agenda? All right. All those in favor of the agenda as amended, we will go ahead and take a vote on it. I was going to actually ask for a verbal. I felt like I was in a different meeting, but we have our nice little system here. I do apologize while we're waiting on the voting. Our other two members are stuck in traffic. They did let us know they're on their way, but gotta love our freeways sometimes, especially after a holiday. All right, motion carries. We will move on to 1.4, inspirational message by Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers.
Thank you, Board President Wyatt, Dr. Wyatt. I had the opportunity a week or so ago to speak on a topic of never giving up. And then I had a wonderful opportunity to see something that probably many of you saw and was probably just as inspired and as an inspiration to my inspiration today, and that was to watch Serena Williams play her final meet, and it was amazing. I think we saw her heart, soul, and everything that she had done over the years she put into those final matches. And so in that, I thought, wow, I wonder, we saw the movie, and, the movie is different, but it's nothing like hearing what individuals say to inspire themselves. And so I'm going to share with you some of her inspirational quotes. I don't like to lose at anything, yet I've grown most not from victories, but from setbacks. Everyone's dreams can come true if you just stick to it and work hard. You have to believe in yourself when no one else does. It doesn't matter what your background is or where you come from. If you have dreams and goals, that's all that matters. Growing up, I wasn't the richest, but I had a rich family in spirit. If I don't have a plan, I have a plan A that isn't working. I have a plan B, followed by a plan C, and even a plan D. Don't ever let anyone work harder than you do. I am lucky that whatever fear I have within me, my desire is to win is always stronger. If you smile, things will work out. Make sure you're very courageous. Be strong, be extremely kind, and above all, be humble. I really think a champion is defined not by their wins, but by how they can recover when they fall. Victory is very, very sweet. It tastes better than any dessert you've ever had. If I don't get it right, I don't stop until I do. And finally, she says, overpower, overtake, overcome. If winning is God's reward, then losing is how he teaches us. And I thought that was great and very inspirational. As I said, I had the opportunity of speaking on the subject of never giving up. And so as I end my inspiration tonight, it's been 27 years today. I've been married to my wonderful husband, who is probably watching, who sent 27 roses in the back room. And I just want to say, you never gave up on me, and I will never give up on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Definitely inspirational and something about not giving up, I'll tell you. Our city's known for that. I think we could all say that for San Bernardino. All right, we're going to move on to 2.0, special presentations and recognitions, and 2.1, resolution and recognition of Patriot Day. And that will be read, let me see real quick. Oh, by Dr. Daddy Rogers again. All right, thank you.
Whereas on September 11th, 2001, terrorists hijacked and crashed passenger planes into the World Trade Center Twin Towers in New York City, into the Pentagon, the U.S. Department of Defense headquarters in Arlington County, Virginia, and into a field in Somerset County, Pennsylvania, 130 miles northwest of Washington, D.C., falling short of its intended target because of the heroic efforts of passengers on board. And whereas these attacks were by far the deadliest terrorist attacks ever launched against the United States, killing and injuring thousands of innocent people, and whereas the greatness of America shone brightly in the bravery of victims and the heroism of first responders who laid down their lives to save others, and the compassion of people who stepped forward to help those that they had never met, and in the generosity of millions of Americans who enriched our country with acts of service and kindness. And whereas by a joint resolution approved December 18, 2001, the U.S. Congress designated September 11th as of each year as Patriot Day. And whereas in proclaiming September 11th Patriot Day in 2003, President George W. Bush called upon government and all Americans to display the flag at half-staff on that day and to observe a moment of silence to honor the innocent victims who lost their lives. And whereas in 2009, President Barack Obama amended the Patriots' Day presidential proclamation, officially designating September 11th as a national day of service and remembrance. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District hereby recognizes September 11th, 2022 as Patriot Day and National Day of Service and Remembrance, and encourages district staff, students, and families to join together in serving our communities and neighborhoods through good deeds that rekindle the extraordinary spirit of togetherness and compassion that arose in the immediate aftermath of the September 11, 2001 tragedy. So moved.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Let's go ahead and vote.
Ms. Tobias, can we just have a verbal for you?
Hi.
All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 2.2, resolution and recognition of California Native American Day. And our reader will be Vice President Mr. Danny Tillman.
Thank you, President Dr. Scott Wyatt. Whereas Native American Day began in California in 1939, when Governor Colbert Olson dedicated October 1st as Indian Day, And in 1968, California tribal leaders and Governor Ronald Reagan declared the fourth Friday of September as California Indian Day. And whereas now known as California Native American Day, it is a day to honor the historic and cultural contributions of Native Americans and celebrated by California's 109 federally recognized Indian tribes, including the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. And whereas educational leaders throughout the region are encouraged to involve themselves and their schools in a statewide focus on improving the education provided to our children about the local indigenous tribes of Southern California. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District declares September 23rd, 2022, California Native American Day and encourages all educators to commemorate this day with appropriate and instructional activities. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 2.3, resolution in support of California High School Voter Education Weeks. And our next reader will be Dr. Barbara Flores.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. It's so appropriate for us to endorse this or have a resolution, especially in these times, to encourage registering to vote and encouraging our high school students. Whereas the right to vote is a fundamental underpinning of democracy in our constitutional republic, one that must be personally cherished, practiced, and championed as a civic duty. And whereas young people play a critical role in our democracy by helping to choose the people who will lead us and by voicing their opinions on the issues that are important to them. And whereas by reaching out early and often to students, we can help them develop a strong and lasting appreciation for the value of voting. And whereas California Education Code designates the last 2 full weeks in both September and April to high school voter education weeks, and whereas California has an online tool that allows eligible 16 and 17-year-olds to pre-register to vote and automatically become active voters once they turn 18, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District declares the weeks of September 19 through 30, 2022, and April 17 through 28, 2023, as high school voter education weeks, and encourages district schools to participate in activities that help register and pre-register eligible students to vote, while encouraging others to become informed citizens committed to being active voters once they reach voting age. So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 3.0, public comments. 3.1, receive public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. At this time, we are still accepting comments via Zoom, and a registration form is required and available for 24 hours prior to all scheduled Board of Education meetings and close at 4:30 p.m. on the day of the meeting. In-person public comments will be taken first. Participants speaking via Zoom are reminded that any inappropriate language or images will forfeit their registration and they will immediately be removed from the meeting. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Our first public comment is our County Board of Supervisor, Mr. Joe Baca Jr. Welcome. Yay. Good to see you, Mr. Baca.
Well, good evening, Honorable Board, Cabinet, and community members. It's really an honor and pleasure to be here for a lot of reasons. One, my daughter is a attendee of the school district, and I say you guys are doing a great job. She's had a great experience at Rodriguez Prep, so thank you for all the good work you're doing. As a matter of fact, I hustled over from Pacuma to be here. She was in the middle of a volleyball game. I heard they won, so we're happy. I know you have to be impartial. You have to root for all the schools, but I could be partial. But no, the reason why I'm here tonight is one of the things I want to talk about is the American Rescue Plan Act. And we were very thankful that Congressman Aguilar and President Biden supported bringing money back to our communities. So one of the things that they did is they provided the county of San Bernardino with approximately $422 million. So one of the things I advocated, I said, you know what, why don't we give each board member an opportunity to invest in their districts? So I got support of my colleagues on the board, and each board of supervisor was given $20 million to invest back into the community. And throughout the last year, we've been able to invest several investments in parklands and school districts. But what I'm here today to is one of the things that people don't realize in unincorporated communities, they don't have a mayor, they don't have a city councilman. So it makes it very difficult for them to get services and responses on a lot of issues. So one of the things we wanted to do is we wanted to invest in the Muscoy community. The challenge with the Muscoy community is they don't have what Bloomington is having right now, economic development and business. There's just not a lot of investment in Muscoy, and for them to generate revenue is almost impossible. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to make sure we invested in one of our schools. So about a year ago, I met with your staff, and we sat down on facilities, and we says, look, we represent about 5 unincorporated schools within the San Bernardino City Unified School District, and I says, one of the areas we want to focus on is Muscoy. So what they did is they brought us different proposals and plans and things they want to do. So what we did is we says, you know what, we're willing to invest in the Muscoy Elementary because it's one of the most underserved communities in our district. It's a census tract area, many low-income families, and we've heard some of the stories of things where kids are struggling. So what we did is we're here to present a check for $2.1 million for Muscoy Elementary. And I know it's going to be on your next agenda for your next meeting, but what this money will do will help for outdoor classrooms when the weather's appropriate. We know it's hot right now, but when the weather's appropriate, that's great. We know that there's been a lot of challenging due to COVID and kids really trying to make social and emotional adjustments. And we also want to invest in the playgrounds to make sure they upgrade the playgrounds. I know the principal has talked about potentially allowing it for a community center because we don't have a community center in the Muscoy community. One of the things Muscoy does not have is they don't have a special district. Like Bloomington has one where they can invest in parks and rec. Muscoy doesn't have that. So this could be a potential great partnership with the San Bernardino City Unified and the County of San Bernardino. So today we're here to present Muscoy Elementary with a check for a little over $2.1 million. And yes, absolutely. And we're very, very proud of it. But I'd like to, I believe the principal's here. If we'd like to bring the principal and vice principal to come on up. And if we can get the Board of Education to come on down and take a group photo, if you don't mind. And we're very proud of this investment. And anything we can do to support your unincorporated communities, we'd be glad to do it. One of the things we did do is we made sure that we had street crossings for all of our schools in unincorporated communities. That's very, very important for us. So if we can get everyone to come down for a photo.
Honorable Baca, can you come on back? I think we have one comment or question for you, please, from Dr. Flores. And again, thank you very much for that wonderful contribution to our school.
I just want to thank you on behalf of all of us. It's tremendous to give back, to those that do need. My grandmother always said, es mejor dar que recibir y no esperar recompensa. It's better to give than receive and not expect anything in return. And our kids and our community in Muscoy, need all of that and more. And so from our bottom of our hearts, thank you so much. It's just fabulous. Thank you.
Dr. Flores. Just a couple things I want to share. I know that what we did is we sponsored a school. So at the beginning of this year, we made sure that every kid at Muscoy Elementary got a shirt with their school logo. So we gave over 700 t-shirts to the entire school and staff. We also made sure every student got a backpack this year and 2 pairs of socks. Because one of the things I get is everybody gives backpacks, but these kids need clothes. Things we take for granted, wearing the same clothes every day. We change every day and bathe, but some of these kids don't. So that's one of the things we did. One of the things we did last year is we presented Vermont Elementary with a check for $15,000 to help with their jungle gym. So we're invested in Muscoy. It's an important part of our community, and there's much more to come. So thank you, Board of Education. You guys have a great meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you again.
No.
All right, our next public comment. We have a couple folks coming together. Devonna Roberson and Mia Cooper. Come on up. Devonna. Right.
Good evening, everyone. I was trying to get my talking points together because I was driving over here and I think my AC went out in the car. And so if you guys have some of that good Dasani water in the back, I would take a bottle if anybody wants to be so generous to help a sister out. I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Ginger. So Mia will let me know if I leave anything out. But as the DAC president and vice president, we wanted to make sure we came before you all to thank our students, our parents, their families, cabinet members, board members, and all of the volunteers that came out to support the Black Honor Roll and Family Summit on August 20th. We really appreciate that. We even had the honor of Board Member Tillman giving some words and Dr. Funches giving some encouraging words and dropping the mic, and Mrs. Applegate as well. So we thank you all for that. Also wanted to say, thank you. Don't hold this time against me. I'm gonna take a sip. Okay. We also wanted to let you know that we had our first DAC meeting last Thursday. We had Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Funches, Applegate there with us in person. We had Dr. Rogers with us virtually. Anybody else with us virtually? Don't want to leave anyone out. So we just want to thank you all for showing up, whether it was in person or via Zoom. Apologizing again for the, the inconvenience of the Zoom. In my personal account, Family Engagement has taken care of us. We now have our DAC link, so we appreciate that. We also appreciate the support of the Family Engagement Department, especially Randy, Sandra, Michelle, and Victor. Really appreciate that. We encourage you all to continue to join us, whether you're joining us in person or virtually. We'll continue to get better as the year goes on. We have 5 points. That was 2. Sankofa. Every time I get a chance, I'm going to lift up Sankofa. It is our newest magnet, and we want to make sure. They want us to conserve some energy, so the lights in the hallway, y'all can drop that. Just don't drop the AC. But Sankofa is our newest magnet program. We want to make sure that we support Sankofa, that we give it all that it needs. We want to hold folks accountable to make sure they're doing their part to make sure Sankofa is successful. We are asking for a lot of grace and resources as well. I think I asked somebody, maybe Mrs. Applegate, how long did it take to get, for example, dual emergent up and successful? How long has that program been around? And so we want to make sure that we support Sankofa, that we continue to encourage community members and parents to spread the word about Sankofa, to send their children to Hunt, Devalejo, and Pacific, so that in 20 years, much like some of the other magnet programs, we can say Sankofa has been around for a very long time, and it's a thriving program. So that was 3. What was the other 2? Oh, yes. So I'm sure you all, I remember you guys talked at the last board meeting about AB 2774. So I'm sure you guys are as sad as I am about the governor making a choice not to move forward with that. But we want to make sure that, although it's nice if the state and on the federal level, they're giving us additional funding to meet the needs of our lowest performing groups, but we cannot wait on them to make decisions, right? And so we're also just asking, and we'll continue to ask to make sure that we be creative and resourceful in looking for additional resources to make sure that we're supporting our students that are performing at the lowest level. I know some folks get tired of us always talking about black students, right? But we continue to stay at the bottom. And although we had an amazing celebration with thousands of students that we honored at Black Honor Roll, we still have a lot of black students not doing well in our district. And so we want to make sure that we never get tired of advocating for whoever that is at the bottom. But we're here again before you because we know that African-American students continue to stay there. And so although, we were looking forward to, I even asked me, I was like, oh, we got money coming? She was like, girl, slow down, they ain't passed it yet. When I heard it at the last board meeting, and then when I found out that the governor chose not to move forward, that was very disappointing. But I'm believing in our cabinet and our board that you guys will continue to do what you have done for years ahead of a lot of other local districts, which is make sure that you're advocating for our students who need the additional support and resources. Was that it? Let me just look at my note. Oh, I'm out of time. Let me just look really quick because I think there was one more thing. Forgive me for not being ready, but I don't know if y'all know how hot it is outside, and it zaps you of all of your energy. Yep. I think that's it. I also want to thank Dr. Greer and the ESSA department for continuing to work very well with us as parents and doing all that they do. And so, again, we're just asking you guys to continue to do what's right. And we know this board may look very different after November. But whether you all are still here or whether we have new faces, our babies and our community members are not changing and they're not going anywhere. So we just really encourage you guys to continue to do what's right for folks that look like us. And with that being said, I thank you.
All righty, thank you, ladies. And we do have, looks like a question from Vice President Tillman.
Yes, well, I wanted to just thank you for the work that you all do. I know it's volunteer work, and I know it's not easy, but you make a big difference. And you know better than I do that you not only support your own children, but I think what's even more important is the young folks who don't have somebody else to stand up for them. And you have to continue fighting and advocating for African-American students, because if y'all don't do it, who else will? I'm proud of our board because historically, we have no problem saying that we have different groups in the district, and those needs for the different groups are met differently, and money needs to be put towards making sure we mitigate some of the circumstances that cause African Americans to perform at the lowest level. And we don't apologize for that, and we're going to continue moving in that direction. The good thing is that we do have a substantial amount of money right now in the school district, and I've said to Ms.
Can you repeat that again,
We
Mr.
do have a
Tillman?
substantial amount of money in the district, and I said to Ms. Cooper that you guys give us a list of items that you want, and I will myself advocate for it, because it makes a big difference in helping our students become successful. So you do have a lot of champions on the board for African Americans. That's going to continue. I hope to be one on the board after the election to continue, but like you said, the voters will speak. But I've said it before, even the fact that we have the African American Parent Advisory is because of progress in this district that even surrounding districts have not taken yet. But we can always do better.
We can always do
and
better.
our goal is to continue to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Cooper hemmed up Tillman at the Black Honor Roll. And I thought they was going to have an exchange really quick before we got to celebrating the students and the families. But she spoke her piece and he listened, and, you know, and so we're going to do our part to come before you with our request. And also want to thank Dr. Rodriguez, because at our DAC meeting last Thursday, we have, I don't know if you guys remember the sister who is a district employee as well as a parent who was speaking to you all when her jaw was broken last school year. And she was at the DAC meeting and she shared about the progress and the changes. And so sometimes we can get very frustrated on this side about what you all are not doing well. We don't always think you listen, because sometimes y'all don't. But you also are hearing things as well. And so we also want to celebrate you all for doing the things that are right and not forgetting about our parents that are also employees in this district who might make $2 over the income guideline, right? And so we also want to celebrate you all for making the changes. And although we all got work to do, we appreciate and celebrate the things that are going well. So thank you.
All right, well, it looks like we have Dr. Flores as well.
I want to thank you for coming and advocating as mothers for not just your children, but all children, and especially our African American children. And it's true, we can never stop, demanding and requesting until every child is successul. And that's our goal as our board. And like Mr. Tillman says, we do have extra money. And we need to funnel it to where the highest needs are. And I especially support Sankofa because I know the research. I know the research of ethnic studies, of African American studies, and how it's positive, how positive it is to our kids, and that it will ensure their identity, it will confirm their identity, their history, and where they come from, and that's so important. And I agree with you. If we keep, like we've done with other programs, investing every year, in 20 years we'll have, I expect in 3 to 5 years that we should have a really thriving, program, not just, but in 20 years it will be substantial. And I thank you so much and for coming and reminding us all the time. And sometimes we, like you say, we don't know what's going on, and we have to be told and that knowledge because you're out there, and we need to know about all of it. So thank you again. And I didn't get to go to this honor roll because my husband had to be in San Diego to get a COVID test because he had a procedure that had to be done, but I was at the first one.
No,
And,
don't worry about it. None of you all ever have to apologize.
Yeah,
Because where
I know.
there might be some
But I would
missing,
have been there.
representing, so
I would
we-
have been there. I was at the first one, and but anyway, I support all our students and especially our African American students. Thank you.
We appreciate it. And we appreciate that. Mia wants to say something really quick, but I also just want to remind us of the African proverb that says the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time to plant a tree is today. And so again, that's kind of the model we want to keep in mind when we think about the Sankofa program, as well as what other resources do we have in our district that are tailored to support our African American families and students that the district may not be able to meet that need, that we use some of those additional resources to do that as well. So I'll pass the mic to you.
Devonna, there's a Ghanaian proverb. It says, when you educate a man, you only educate one person. When you educate a mother, you educate all the family. And that's important. And the mother, not to diminish men, but it is the mother that carries forth for all their children and family. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to say, just thank everyone for listening to us tonight, and to know that we do have 2 Sankofa students in the room right now, and we sure do, and one of them is one of the top first grade reader in her whole school.
That's right.
Ooh, that's worth clapping for.
So yes, this was her clap. First grade.
All right. And where are they so we can acknowledge them? Don't talk about them, not show them off.
They working on their homework in the back.
Well, they can still stand up. I want to see them. Where are they at back there?
Samantha, honey, stand up.
All right, there they are. Woo! That's what I'm talking about.
So the hard work and dedication is
Oh,
paying
don't
off
take 'em
for
out.
all of our students. So we just want to let you guys know that.
Ms. Cooper, you stole my line. You know that's my saying, hard work and dedication. Actually, it's not my line. You know who it is, because I say it a lot of.
Yes, but it's working off, so we want to thank you.
All right, ladies, and thank you. And just a little thing, because I know we went over, but I said there's 2 ladies, so 2 forms. We'll give you 10 minutes and keep it safe like we did. So,
Thank you.
all right, ladies, thank you very much. All right, we have a next public comment. I believe it is virtual. Is that correct, ladies? Nicole?
Yes, we have one virtual.
All righty.
Mrs. Negretti, please unmute.
Welcome, Mr. Greddy. Hopefully you can hear us.
Could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Welcome.
Good evening, board members. I have a few topics to share with you. And one I bring up, and I'm thankful that Dr. Flores brought up that she wanted to advocate for an increase in salary during DLAC. She was going to propose that to all of you. And I appreciate that. And I really do hope that she means it that it's an increase for all classified and all certificated, not just the openings that were being discussed on that day. With that said, because we're on the topic of increases in salary, I believe that it's prudent to bring up some of the positions that I have seen that employees are bragging about, and I don't recall, to my knowledge, those were not flagged as openings or vacancies. But when I saw that the executive director of Making Code Happen is now Nikki Dietman, I wanted to know, was that posted as a vacancy for the Personnel Commission to follow the proper hiring process? Because if she's now in Ontiveros' position, what position is now moving forward for Ontiveros? And is everything having the proper protocol? Now, also with that said, is that because I see a lot of contracts, and this is still relating to money, because I see a lot of contracts being presented to you, being brought forward tonight. I would like to know if the board is requesting of those who present to you the contracts, if they're making you aware that none of these services are being duplicated for services that the district is already being provided, because to my knowledge, school districts are not supposed to duplicate services, because then there is no way to measure the success of the other one. So when you're given a contract to one, how do you measure the success of what they're providing if you already have staff, personnel, or programs in place that take care of that? With that said, there is one contract for Harold Wolkemer that is dated. He signed it on 8/26. However, it is dated that his contract is to begin as of August 1st. So if his contract was to begin August 1st, how could he have dated that contract almost a month later? Not only that, but if you are going to contract with former employees coming back and providing you services, right? Who makes sure that they are following every single protocol, meaning that Harold Wolkemer has a business license for the address that he is providing. He is providing the address of 6843 Amber Street, and Highland has the LLC. So when checking this with Highland City, Highland does not have a business license for the HJV LLC, nor do they have it under the 6843 Amber Street. Shouldn't this be something where if you're going to enter into a contract with someone, with an entity, that they are properly vetted and that they have everything that is required, meaning that they have that business license if you're going to enter into an agreement with them? And why the backdating? So moving forward, still again with regarding funding, under agenda item 11.5 and 11.6. 11.6 is the cost for food, which is $2,512,401, versus agenda item 11.5, which has to do with the contract for copiers and printing, and that is a $2.5 million plus $500,000, which comes up to a total of $3 million. When you are talking about, and I'm just comparing the two, because when I'm looking at the cost to feed children versus the cost for copiers, to come up to that, I think sometimes giving a contract to the lowest bidder may not be the best thing for our children. And lastly, before I run out of time, I really do want to ask for a gate. And I'm asking for the gate for Arroyo Valley High School. Between the cafeteria and the administration building, there is a gate. However, there is nothing else between the administration building, which is the end of the library, to the auditorium, which now makes the auditorium useless and classes had to be shifted into other locations. The students are no longer able to use the auditorium for that class. If we could, perhaps if you could put this on the agenda as a priority to put some sort of safety measure, meaning a gate, a fence around that area and at the end of the auditorium, which would connect to the bike area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Negretti. All right, are there any other public comments?
No, there are not.
All righty, thank you very much. And I do apologize, I didn't introduce our new AIC, who is now Dr. Sandra Rodriguez, so welcome. And I want to thank Ms. Applegate as well for a job well done. And, you know, this is, we're already in our third AIC, and it actually seems to be going very well. And, you know, I even had a comment by one of my colleagues, it's nice to see so many of you at all the events that are out there as well. So we really do appreciate you being highly visible in the community and out there supporting our programs at night and on the weekends. It's extremely important and providing that leadership and continuity of leadership for us. So thank you again, Ms. Applegate, Mr. Solon, and welcome, Dr. Rodriguez. All right, and I also want to acknowledge our SBTA folks out there. We see a lot of them in their red shirts, and when I walked in, I kind of almost fainted. I said, oh my goodness, it's the red title. Wait, no, I'm just kidding. But it was great to see you all, and so thank you for being here this evening as well, and for all the great work that you do for our students. So it's nice to see you. All right, we'll move on to closed session 4.0 and 4.1, closed session, public comments. Do we have any public comments?
Do not.
All righty, then we will go to closed session and adjourn. Thank you. Alrighty, folks, we'll call this meeting back in order. Actions reported from closed session 5.0. 5.1, approval of high school vice principal. All right. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approved the appointment of the following employee: Rochelle Moss, high school vice principal, Cajon High School, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined, funding source 035. Oh, wait. We got to still motion and second and
So
approve.
moved.
All right.
So moved.
It's been motion and seconded. Any discussion? Don't make her wait anymore. I'm just kidding. All right, let's go ahead and vote. That's funny.
Yeah, I voted. Did you vote? Oh.
All right, who hasn't voted?
Dr. Flores?
Oh, there we go. Now we know who it is.
I thought I voted. It's not up here.
No?
Yes.
All right, so we got a verbal from Dr. Flores. All righty, motion carries. Now we could say congratulations, Mrs. Moss, and welcome to the Cowboy and Cowgirl team. Very good. Just so you know, I was complimenting you on your crowd control at the last football game, because that was a busy game. Let me tell you, a good game too. So you ready for this Friday night, right? There's a big game this Friday, so looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. I know, I see that. You're already representing early in the week. Good deal, good deal. All righty, 5.2. Sorry, I got time to put my glasses back on. Expulsion of student. Be resolved, the Board of Education approves the following student was recommended for expulsion, but expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and or the availability of other means of correction, compliance with the Education Code section 48900. Therefore, all that are recommended for expulsion, the expulsion is not granted.
So moved.
Second, reluctantly. Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? I'll add discussion. That actually is 5.3, not 5.2, because I was reading it.
You say, which one did you read?
I read 5.3. I clicked on 5.2, but I read 5.3.
Okay, so you want to read it again?
Yeah, let's go ahead and amend that and go back to 5.2. I don't know why it showed 5.3, because I was going only it's expulsion that said remanded, and I'm like, that shouldn't be remanded.
Highlight it.
Yeah, all right, let's try this again. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on a review of the panel's findings of facts and recommendations, and orders the expulsion of the following student with the identification number as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code 48900.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Let's vote. All right, motion carries. We'll go over 5.3 again, sorry. Student recommended for expulsion but terminated in student assertive discipline due to completion of youth court, availability of other means of correction, and or due process errors. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves the following student was recommended for expulsion, but expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and or the availability of other means of correction in compliance with Education Code section 48900. Therefore, although they were recommended for expulsion, the expulsion is not granted.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll go on to 5.4. Students recommended for suspension or expulsion, excluding mandatory offenses, but remanded to youth court for other means of corrections. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings, just disappeared. Findings of facts of positive youth development and orders of suspension or expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the Board of Education's rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 5.5, lift of expulsion of students. Be it resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the readmission of the following students with the identification numbers as indicated below to schools of the San Mateo City Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with the Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? I will say this is good news. That means kids are coming back. All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 5.6. Petition to expunge, rescind, or modify youth court or expulsion. Be resolved, the Board of Education authorizes expulsion and/or youth court modification, expungement, or rescinding of the following students with identification numbers as indicated below to schools of the San Mateo City Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 5.7, other closed session action, and there was no other closed session action, so we'll move on to 6.0, reports by union organizations. 6.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. And welcome and good evening.
Good evening, President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, Dr. Rodriguez, members of the board and cabinet. I'm Ashley Vitas-Alcala, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of our 3,000 members. It's good to be back in person. Nice to see you all this evening. I come before you tonight to let you know that our negotiations team has begun meeting with the district. We have our current reopener on wages, and we're hopeful that we will be able to come to agreement very soon. We have a meeting scheduled tomorrow, so hopefully we'll have some resolution to that soon. Also, I want to thank the board for considering the renewal and increase of our teacher supply allocation tonight to $500. That's been very helpful to our teachers over the last several years. Thank you, Mr. Tillman, for your leadership on that. We appreciate it very much. There are countless studies out there that show that teachers spend thousands of dollars out of their own pockets every year for their students. So thank you for helping our members to not have to spend as much of their own money on things for their students. Also tonight, I'd like to acknowledge our district's HVAC teams who have been working around the clock to keep our AC systems running through this sweltering heat. We have had some hiccups here and there and some issues, but overall with our 74 plus sites, we haven't seen as many as we could have, so I just want to acknowledge them and thank them for keeping us safe and cool during this heat wave. And also, I want to give a shout out to our members for their perseverance this past month of school. I know it hasn't been easy with all the days of inclement weather. I think we've had a lot. And I'm hopeful that as we continue to see higher temperatures, that the district will use the information that we've learned from this past month and any experiences we have had to improve our current response to electricity outages and AC outages. And I want to thank Dr. Funches for your initiative to bring a group together to start enhancing those current practices and our response to that. So, and to the other stakeholders that joined us, Mr. Vatier also for starting that conversation. So we look forward to some positive solutions and responses to those situations, because we know that they're not going to go away. And thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Good to see you. All right, 6.2, California School Employees Association.
A report?
No report. 6.3, Communication Workers of America.
No report.
All righty. 6.4, San Diego School Police Officers Association.
No report.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move on to 7.0, reports and presentations. 7.1, and let me see, are you going to be introducing? All right, presentation by McPherson and Jacobson, Superintendent Search. Good evening and welcome. Thank you for being patient.
The board, as our group is coming forward, we would like to thank the board for their leadership in trying to select a search firm to find our new superintendent. And today, the board selection of McPherson and Jacobson are here today. They will introduce themselves and provide a presentation on their services and what's entailed for the next superintendent search and selection. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Good. Thank you so much for having us here tonight and giving us the opportunity to make a presentation. We're one of the top 3 firms in the country. We have, clearly, we are the CSBA's chosen search partner, so I think that speaks for itself. We've placed almost 900 executives, and I think so we have 125 consultants like this across the nation. So not only do we work California, but we work nationally, and we have some candidates who have applied from out of the country as well, who want to return to the states and public education. I'm assuming that the board has had an opportunity to kind of read through these materials, so we're not going to, due to time limitations, we're not going to go through all of the slides in detail. I think this is an important one. Our consultants have extensive backgrounds in education, public service, including being former board members, superintendents, et cetera. 30% of our consultants are female or minority or female, and 64% have their doctorates. Your team for this search would be as follows. I'm Dr. Steve Lauder, Mr. Ben Johnson, Dr. Michelle Bowers, and also advisors, Dr. Gustavo Balderas, who used to be superintendent in California. He's currently superintendent in Beaverton in the Portland metro area. And Ms. Aida Buelna, who leads our bilingual search stakeholder teams. So those are our consultants for this team. I think another one of the things that I think is important to note, sustainability of leadership. Without sustainability of your executive, it hurts the teachers, it hurts the students, it hurts the community. We're very proud of the fact that, and comfortable with our process, 80%, actually more now than 80% of the people that have been placed are still in their positions after 5 years. 55 after 10, and 40% after 15 years. We're so comfortable in this process. We're so confident that we're going to find the right fit for your community, your school, your staff, your students, that we guarantee that if your executive leaves for any reason whatsoever, any reason, we'll come back and do the search for just cost, just our expenses. We're very confident in our system and our process. Ben?
Can you put your mics closer to your mouth? Yeah, thank you.
And I am standing, so, But I think it's important, maybe the board can briefly introduce themselves. I know we should have done that kind of up front, but just do maybe a brief introduction of yourselves and their background, and we'll talk about the phases, because the phases really do link to why we have the sustainability. Michelle.
Good evening, board. Good evening, cabinet. My name is Dr. Michelle Bowers, and I am a proud consultant here for Mac and Jake. I have been an educator for 30 years. Most recently served 10 years as a superintendent in Lancaster, California. And I'm one of those statistics, so I've been around for quite some time and have served successfully, have also held several other positions in education, obviously over a 30-year period, learned a lot of things, but most importantly is that leadership matters. So it gives me great pleasure to join you here this evening and be part of your process, so please feel free to ask any questions along the way. Thank you.
So I hail from far northern California. My grandmother was born in a gold mine in the Sierras. I have been a superintendent for more than 35 years. I've been in 3 states. I've been in districts from 110 kids K-8 to my last district, Stockton Unified, with over 38,000 kids, K-8, pre-K-12. This is a mission-driven thing for me. It's been my entire life, and I continue to want to try to make a difference in the lives of children and communities by providing the best possible leaders for public education.
Thank you. Since I know several people around the room, I think the unique thing about our firm is that we have board members as part of our team. So experience as a superintendent, but in addition to being a board member, I also do executive searches and have been working with McPherson for about 8 years now. So similarly, I've done small districts. I think the smallest district I ever did was 122 students, and the largest is over 30,000 students. But let's walk, and I was a board member in Alvord Unified in Riverside, a few miles down the road for 21 years, and I thought I was done. Yeah, I was 3 when I started. And then just recently got elected to the County Board of Education in Riverside. But the process ties directly into why we have sustainability of leadership, right? Because we'll talk about our process in a minute, but we get to this point kind of towards the end of the search where we bring you a short list of candidates. They're all qualified, right? They're all gonna have their doctorate. They're gonna sing Kumbaya. You're gonna feel good about them in the process. But it's all about fit, right? And who's going to be able to drive your mission and vision forward? There's a great study that I think some of you have been through, the MIG training by CSBA, that talks about the Lighthouse study. And the biggest impact, what happens for students, is here at the dais. It's not saying that what happens in the classroom isn't important. We know that's important. But your vision and your leadership with your CEO and a governance team makes a difference in education, right? So. And when that doesn't happen, not the things that could happen should happen in the classroom. So our process starts off with characteristics. We identify characteristics that are important for you, and then as we build into the search process, we also connect with your community. So stakeholder feedback is critical for us to give you the information you need to make the best decision. We don't hire superintendents. We don't work for superintendents. We work for the board. And as we all know, we serve at the pleasure of the board. So the first process is identifying those characteristics, talking about a timeline. What do you want in your next leader? And then if the board so chooses and we recommend it, we have stakeholder meetings. And by that, I'm not talking about one meeting in an auditorium with 50 people that really doesn't do a whole lot for you, right? We meet with stakeholder groups. We ask you to identify what those specific groups are, and we have, because of the size of your district, my gut is you're probably going to need at least a full day, maybe 2 of stakeholder meetings where we meet with those individual groups. We ask them 4 basic questions, but it provides a lot of detail about what the candidates we want and how to attract the candidates to the district. And the second piece is, what do you need and what does the community need? We take all that information and compile it into one document. We give you an executive summary of what we heard from all the common themes from all the groups. We give it to the board, and we say to the board, and be transparent, right? Share this document back with the community. But that will also help you later as you sit down and do your interviews to identify what did the community say about the leaders? So it's no guesswork. It's out there. And then your candidates will also know that, because that document's made available to them, what the needs of the community are, because they need to make sure they're a right fit to be successful. We immediately, once the board hires, start identifying and recruiting candidates, right? Because you could put an ad, right, in the Ed Joint and the Cal and blah, 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 and LinkedIn. That doesn't do anything, right? We're intentional about making sure we get a good fit. So we start recruiting candidates. We don't wait for candidates to come to us. Background, like what do people say about this person, right? So that's a big piece for us, where we spend, most people when they call references. Does anybody put down a reference that isn't going to say something nice about you, right? So that has its value, but we actually go 3 deeper. So we talk to the reference, then we ask that reference, who else do you recommend us talking to? And to that person, we go one more level, and then we do our own research from people we know, because we're all have different connections, whether they're board members, classified, certificated. We talk to everybody, because the last thing we want to have happen is you not be happy with that search process. The next big piece is the interview questions, right? What are your goals and your visions and the objectives you need, and building a process that asks questions that are appropriate for you. And we also have some other strategies in our, but I won't get into detail now, that aren't just a simple interview sitting around a table, because people are great interviewers, doesn't mean they're going to be a good fit. So there's other things that we can do in that process to help you attract better candidates. And candidates that just don't interview well. We also ask if you want a stakeholder panel, right? Because stakeholder panels will help you identify the people for that. If I see the board shaking their head, has value. Some firms will tell you that you'll not get good candidates if you use a stakeholder panel. Maybe they're not the right candidate for you. I've done stakeholder panels, and the average, I usually get 40 people that apply for the position. So in my experience, those people that are not comfortable with panels, there could be some other issues, right? So, but it's the board's decision, but we make sure we ensure the confidentiality of candidates, but you could do a stakeholder panel as part of your process as well, but we help facilitate that piece. And then what I would say, once you have your interviewer candidates, we still continue to talk about process at this piece, and we're part of your interview process. So if the board chooses, we sit in the interviews with you. Because sometimes we see things, especially if you do a panel, we can see what's happening in the panel, and how they engage the panel and how they engage you may look differently. This last piece, I think, is I'll go to phase 5, which is, I think, really important. It ties to the guarantee. It's your goals and objectives. So once you hire that person, right, walking with you and helping you setting goals and objectives for your next leader. If you miss this piece, all the other work you've done really does not have the value it should, right? Because if the superintendent has to answer to multiple bosses and not a shared vision of the board, they're not going to be successful. So this piece is really critical, because then the board comes together, the superintendent comes together, 2 to 3 goals, right, not 15, to help move the district forward. And then if you choose to separately, and that's all part of the process, right? Because we want you to be successful, and that's why that number is 80+%. And it's making sure that we don't have to come back with a guarantee, right? Because we want you to have a leader that's going to be here with you for a long time. And as someone said, Steve said earlier, right, 2 years, 3.2 years is the average, and that number continues to drop with COVID. We have superintendents that are retiring. It's frightening. Earlier this year, I think we had 8 people leave in a period where they never would have left before, because most of our leaders, our superintendents, have 48% of the people that love them and 48% of the people that hate them, and the rest depends on the day whether they love or hate them, right? And we're losing good leaders, and we're losing good board members too. So, and this is, like you said, as a labor of love for me too. This is important. It's important for our students. You had a great discussion about the achievement gap of our students, and if we don't fix that and solve that, it has lasting implications. And so we take this very seriously, and we want to spend time with you to make sure we do this right, and you have time to do it right. And I will stop talking and thank you, board.
Dr. Powers, you're going to talk a little bit about our reach and our ability to bring forward highly competent, qualified candidates.
You can skip that along. I just wanted, we're going to hop through several slides because Ben did share with you, provide an overview of the various phases. And we're going to move forward to the equity policy and talk about the intentionality of our process, especially as it pertains to recruitment. We talked about retention, but on the front end, we want to make sure that you're aware that we don't just look locally. So this is not just a statewide search, it's a national search. I'm very proud. While I served in education for 30 years, the last 10 as superintendent, prior to that, I was in private industry and doing business, but now I am pleased, I was always an active member, but I'm pleased to serve as the president for the California Association of African American Superintendents and Administrators. And that's a statewide organization, and I've been involved with them for many, many years. Enjoy the work that I'm doing, but we also partner very closely with CALSA, which is the California Association of Latino School Superintendents and Administrators, and with AXA as well. So we have a reach, a personal reach, I do, connection with those various organizations, and we'll be working very closely with them, as well as with CSBA, to make sure that we are getting this information out to the people that need it, to people that are qualified, to people that are ready, to people that are going to be committed to your district, to your community. And I wanted to take the time to commend the board on the magnificent things. I was walking around your lobby here. It's just amazing the work that you're doing. So the leadership that comes in to continue the work, to continue the vision, to continue the mission is critical, and we are going to make sure that we recruit broadly and widely to find the right person for this job.
Thank you. A couple key things I think I'd like to say in closing, because I know we're over our time limit. The McPherson-Jacobson difference, transparency. Our process, our recommendation, it's up to the board, but we believe in transparency. Communities involved, staff are involved, students are involved. Sustainability of leadership, to me, that makes a difference. High involvement of stakeholders. For us, that's what makes those superintendents successful, because people have buy-in to the process and buy-in to the next superintendent. And we commit to that first-year transition through our Phase 5. So we thank you again for the opportunity to make a brief presentation. We'll stand for questions.
All righty. Well, thank you, team. Well, it looks like we already have some lights popping on, and we'll start with Dr. Dowdy Rogers, and then we'll go to Dr. Flores after.
Thank you for your presentation again. My question is, so once you have established a pool of potential candidates, what does that engagement look like? Meaning, does the board know? Does the board have access? Do you tell us things? How does that look?
So the process is confidential up until the time the board sees the short list of candidates. That ensures confidentiality for those who have applied. What that means is we'll do the background search, we'll present you with information in writing, a video answering, they're going to be answering some questions, and we'll have a shortlist presentation to you about each of the candidates. We'll show you the entire list of candidates. We'll say, here are the ones that are coming forward, and here's why. You can ask about any of those other candidates. Some boards like to see all of the information, all the files, so we're able to put them in a Dropbox file. It's still our Dropbox because, as you know, once you've received the data, it becomes public information, and unless it's employee records. So we try to keep it offline so that the confidentiality of all of those individuals are protected until you announce them as one of the finalists that are going to be going through the interview process, which becomes extremely public at that point.
I will just add, because I wasn't quite sure if you were just referring to the applicants or also about the stakeholder engagement process.
It's more about the applicants.
Okay,
And I
thank
want to
you.
know just how much access we have to those applicants from you and when. That's really what I was trying to find out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was going to say, well, the short list meeting that we have with you is usually when we bring forward roughly 10 to 12 candidates. And you can see all the candidates that we recommended, but usually the board gives us criteria that says, let's use an example that you say the person has to have cabinet level experience or higher. So if somebody applies and they were a principal, we wouldn't bring that candidate forward. So we will tell you everybody that applied, why we didn't bring them forward, and then the short list will be 10 to 12 candidates that we feel, after doing background, initial reference checks and all those things, that most meet your criteria.
And do you meet with the entire board at that point?
Absolutely.
Is that what you do?
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, my question is, how familiar are you with our board or on our district?
A little. But we have, so before we even start bringing candidates in, we have several meetings with the board. The first meeting we would have with the board will be, what do you want the timeline to look like? What do you want the interview process to look like? What is your criteria for those candidates that we're going to be forward? So our hope is to get to know the board personally, but even better as we go through this process.
But prior to that, as of right now, are you familiar with our board or district?
I'm familiar with the district a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know it as well as you do, but I am familiar with it.
No, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Daddy Rogers. Dr. Flores?
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Flores.
I wanted to ask, you have a very good reputation, so I'm really happy that you're here tonight, and your track record shows it, so thank you very much. I just want to ask a couple of questions. How thorough is your background check?
So, thank you for that question. Ben touched on it, but what we do is we do 3 deep at least. So we don't stop with the listed recommendations. We ask those people, who else can I speak to? Can I talk to other people who may have been a supervisor or a colleague? We may end up calling the mayor. We may end up calling elected officials that they may have dealt with to see how they interact with elected officials in their community. So we do a very thorough scrub down. So when we bring somebody to you, we feel extremely confident that this person is who they say they are, and we know how they're going to perform in your community. So it's a very in-depth scrub down of their backgrounds and their experiences.
Including Google and all those kind of online social media searches too, because that YouTube, I mean, there's a wide variety of things where people post things, and you find a lot about people by doing those things as well too. We don't want any surprises either, and we definitely don't want you to have any surprises.
Thank you. Then my second question, which I believe very much in, is including stakeholders, because the superintendent just doesn't answer to the board, which it says he's our only or she's our only employee, but that person also answers to everyone, to the community, the parents, our teachers, our administrators, and also our business partners, our elected officials outside of our districts. So I'm assuming that's what you mean by stakeholders. Okay, great. Okay, and then how will you conduct those meetings, or do we give you the names? Do we, how do we generate the lists, and how do you do that? Yeah.
Dr. Flores, thank you so much for that question. Let me try to begin to answer, and then anybody else can chip in. So we ask you, who are those stakeholder teams, those groups that you want to be involved in this process? Could they be local elected officials? Could be sheriff, police? Are there power groups within the community that you want to address, or individuals who are influential? So we can then group them into similar categories so that those people are involved in the process. And there's multiple layers on how they can be involved. during our recommended all day per individual candidate process, that candidate would be meeting with some of these groups individually, and you would be getting feedback from those groups on the strengths and weaknesses of the candidates, not voting, not ranking, but for a decision-making process, we ask them to give you, this is the strength we perceive, this is a weakness we perceived in this particular candidate.
I know our parents will want to be involved. I know
And
that
students.
our students as well, also our employees.
Yeah.
Will want
We
to
have
be
multiple
involved.
forums for employees and for parents. Some of them are going to be in person, some of them are going to be Zoom meetings.
Okay.
We also try to put those final candidates in front of a recorded Zoom meeting where you can develop questions, 2 or 3 questions, and then that's posted online so people can then respond via SurveyMonkey or some other forum, depending upon which you use. We use SurveyMonkey. So there's going to be a lot of exposure to multiple groups within this process.
Great. Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much.
I also want to point out that that will be in English and Spanish.
Oh, thank you.
So we wanted to make sure that you were
I
fully aware
assumed
of
that
that.
it would be because
Well,
we have 80% of our
That's right.
population is Latino. And
Exactly.
probably about 50% speak Spanish. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Flores. Vice President Tillman.
Johnston, what year did you get elected the first time?
Making me bring myself out there. 1995.
Yeah,
I sound like I was on the radio. I'm sorry about that.
I know. I thought we were the same year. We were the same.
We were.
Year. Yeah, I remember. We were in a bus or something together when I first got elected. I just remember the guy was dressed all sharp and didn't say nothing to me. But
but that is tall.
It's been a long time. Time
It
flies.
has.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice
And we
President
just see each
Tillman.
other in passing at CSBA a lot of times. But a few questions. So just to be clear, when you talk about this phase 4, then that means that these 10 to 12 candidates will be introduced to the stakeholder groups?
No. So let me, the 10 to 12 candidates, and we weren't clear on this piece. So the 10 to 12 candidates are the short list of candidates, what we call the short list. They're the ones that are the finalists that we say, from this list of 10 to 12 people, who do you want to interview? And usually most boards take that 10 to 12 list and break it down to between 3 and 5. It's usually it's around 3 to 5 people to interview. Where the community would get in front of these candidates would be if the board chooses to do a community panel. So separate from the stakeholder group, and a community panel will be a representative group of your community. So to give you an example of panels that I've done, it's usually each board member picks someone they want to be on the panel, each bargaining unit picks someone to be on the panel, and then you may have 2 or 3 other spots based on what your needs are. But no more than 15 people in this community panel, and as mentioned before, there's no ranking of candidates, right? Because then that gets into, you didn't pick my person. No, there's no ranking. It's just, what are the strengths that this panel saw? They get a different set of questions that the board has, similar framing of categories, and then after the board deliberates about their interview process, then we show the board, here's what the panel thought of those candidates. But it's the board's decision to do that piece or not, and the board's involved with identifying who's on that panel.
So just for clarification, so the community panel is in phase 4, and it's where it says community meets with stakeholders?
It's actually during the interview process. The stakeholder groups would be, for example, I'll give you something, what we typically recommend. Each bargaining unit has their own meeting of representative group. There could be business leaders. If you have a foundation, you would help us identify those. My guess, the average number we see is between 12 and 15 groups. And it's just us meeting with those individual stakeholder groups, asking them 4 basic questions. What's good about your community? What's good about the district? What are the challenges, obstacles? What should this person know before taking and assuming the job of superintendent? And then the last question is, what are the characteristics, traits, attributes you want in your next leader? And then after meeting with all of those groups, individuals, so our team would meet with those groups, we would put that document together for the board so the board could hear what the voice is from each one of these groups. We don't say, ask who said what, but we identify.
So I'm going to cut you off, just so I'm clear.
Yeah.
So the candidates never meet with those groups?
No. The candidates do not meet with the stakeholder groups.
So, okay.
That's exactly right.
So, show me what phase is it that the candidate would meet with that panel you talked about?
So that is the interview team. Ben calls it a panel, but that team that he just described would be holding an interview for the candidates as well.
If the board chooses to do that piece, right? So you see under phase 4 where it says selection of applicants to be interviewed, and then it says interview of candidates. So that piece is where the board. So usually what happens, Vice President Tillman, is when the board does their interviews, one candidate is meeting with the board doing interviews, one candidate's meeting with the panel, then they switch, and then your next 2 candidates come in, same process, they switch. So that
These are only the final candidates,
these
right?
are the finalists that the board has chosen to interview. So only that 4 to 6 people that the board says we want to interview does we try to keep the community away from candidates until you get to the very end.
But that's important because that's an option that the board would have to choose.
Absolutely correct.
So I'm looking at the board because I know I've heard us all talk, so I'm assuming that we want to do this panel, right? I'm looking at everybody. Dr. Rogers?
Well, and you don't have to decide now, but if the board chooses to, we would put that piece together with the board.
Okay, because I heard him talking about it, but is that's a whole entire panel at that time that's going back and forth with the potential candidate? Is that what you're saying?
So let me tell you a couple things about the panel. First of all, we are with the panel. One of us would be with that panel, walking through and facilitating that process. And when we get done with each candidate, we ask them, what did you see as the strengths? What did you see as the concerns? There is no ranking. I keep making that point clear because we don't want anyone to think they're interviewing, making decisions. They're just giving you information and a different set of eyes on those candidates. And then that information, we take and compile that information, whoever's with that panel, and then when the board tells us to, in closed session, because it's a closed session process, we share that information back to the board. Here's what we heard relative to the strengths and concerns.
Thank you. And then the last question, because I don't know how much this information was relayed to you. The board has said publicly that we were not going to hire a superintendent, and that this board that's seated now would not hire a superintendent until after the election.
So what we would do is we'd work on a calendar with the board to ensure that the interview part of it, right, because we could start, depending when the board tells us, and I think go soon, we wouldn't do the interview until after the new board was certified as the new board.
Perfect. So like the lady said tonight, she said that there might be big change. I'm hoping not big change, but we will have one new person for sure, right?
Yes.
So it will be after that we move forward with the process. And then on this page it says investment, and it says included in this amount, and you have 4 weeks of print advertisement, and then you have 60 days of advertising on EdJoin. Are those things happening concurrently at the same time?
Yes.
So that means that it almost coincides with the time frame we're looking at anyway, right?
I think so, because I think based on the holidays, and when we build a calendar, any candidate, first of all, it's in a very attractive district, right? You're huge. A lot of great stuff happening. So, and then we'll all be at CSBA as well. So it does help the process because we'll have a booth at CSBA. People come to our booth at CSBA. And so we would build a schedule where we would start recruiting soon, do enough time to get proper advertising, And then I know the last time when I had this situation with the board, we met candidates just to get to know them. Are we in San Francisco or are we in San Diego? I can't remember. But at CSBA conference. San Diego.
And then, you know, I will caution the board because we didn't do it the last time, and we didn't do it before we hired Dr. Marsden, but we did do it when we hired Dr. Delgado, where we did a panel like this. But I will say, you can say what you want to, but the people doing the panel build this expectation that almost like they have a vote on who the superintendent is going to be.
Yeah.
And they do get frustrated when they find out that they're not a voting member. So we have to constantly, I think, make that clear, because there was a lot of animosity for people that say that's not, in their mind, they voted for somebody. So when you're getting their feedback, you need to make sure you make it clear that they're not a voting member. They're just giving us feedback.
I tell them before they're put on the panel. I tell them in my opening session with them when we are meeting the day of the interviews, and I tell them as we go, because you're right, there are people that try to push things, and I'm just like, there's one group that's hiring this person. It's not us as consultants, it's the board. And so we're not going to tell the board what you thought of the candidates. We're just going to say the strengths of the candidates in the areas you saw as concern.
And I think in the end, and the board has to understand that we're not going to hear what the votes were for any of the people on the panel, because that was the other frustration. Some board members thought that, I want to know what, this stakeholder said and who they picked. It's not going to happen that way. In the end, the ultimate responsibility is going to be on the board.
And thank you for that piece. And what I forgot to mention is consensus, right? So if we're doing the panel discussion and there's always someone that may have a loud voice, I don't care if they have a loud voice, because it has to be a consensus of the group. And so I have no problem being a little firm when people, and I've told people that if you can't abide by the rules, then unfortunately we're going to have to excuse you from the panel, because the board has made it very clear this is what their objective is, and they want your input, but here's what they want. And if you're not comfortable with that, then it's not a good fit, right?
Then I want to just commend the board on picking a good company. I didn't weigh in. I didn't know any of the companies, so I just went ahead and deferred to my fellow board members on this selection process. So it's like a good firm. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Ceballos.
First of all, good evening. Thank you so much for the presentation. And thank you for the great questions. This is a fairly new process for me. Unfortunately, I'm having to go through it twice already. Hopefully, per your guarantees, it doesn't happen again. But I do have a couple questions. So first of all, I want to say thank you for making that clear to us in terms of, community gets to come and obviously participate in the process, but we're not ranking, we're not doing any of that. And I think that it goes back to us as a board, and it's our responsibility. You don't have to tell us what some of our stakeholders' opinions, they will tell us, right? So I think it'll be up to us to make sure that we draw some of those boundaries to make sure that the process is fair, right? And so with that being said, let me go through my questions. So in terms of background checks, how far back do you go when you're looking into somebody's background?
We'll go back as far as we can. Sometimes it depends on the experience of the candidates. Some of their references may not be alive. They may have been in the business for 30 years, and some of that early work, their individuals aren't around anymore. But we'll go back as far as we can. We can go to the communities and talk to people about that. So we go just as far back as humanly possible.
Thank you. And then in terms of the candidates list, so I heard you say that you'll have everybody that's applying as a list. And if I heard correctly, you will also be providing that list to us. Is that correct?
We will show you the list of candidates. I'm not comfortable ever giving out anything that's not necessary. But so what I mentioned is like, so we make I'll use an example. We'll have an Excel spreadsheet that'll have list all the candidates that applied. The ones we brought forward, you'll obviously see those candidates, and the ones that we didn't, hear the reason why. Like this person that meet your criteria cabinet. This person was only in their job for 1 year, and they were in their last job for a year, and whatever the reasons why we didn't bring those forward. That does not mean that what was mentioned before, that you couldn't say to us, well, I know that guy. I hear great things. We want to bring him part of the process. You're the board, right? We work for you, but we will make our recommendations based on the criteria and the information that we receive when we do the reference check. And I'm careful not to use the word background check, because the background check is a little bit different as far as the legal ramifications, but our reference check of those candidates.
Okay, thank you. So then you will not give us a list, but basically we'll have access to see.
Yeah, we'll walk through that, because I think that's important.
Okay, and then in terms of, so, a lot of our board members here, they're also very active in, some of these forums, right? CSBA, CLSBA, and so forth. How would you guys handle one of us coming to you and saying, we want you to really look into this person or consider this person?
I would say don't do that. I think it's okay for the board to call someone, or actually I wouldn't even call anybody. I think it's okay if someone calls you. The safest thing to do, right, if someone calls you and says, I hear you're interviewing. Yes, McPherson and Jacobs and our lead consultant, blah, 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 right. You stay out of that, because that puts you in an unfair position that you can't win, right? So the cleanest thing to do is to say, I can't speak for my board colleagues, and in order to be clean in this process, contact our consultants. That's the safest thing to do. If you know someone that's a wow, come to us, and then we'll reach out to that person.
Thank you. Let's see. I actually think that's it.
Always ask more. It's okay. One thing I didn't say, I think it's important. Let's say we bring you a short list and you interview everybody, and you're kind of like, meh. Don't ever settle, right? Because that's a disaster. You all should be doing this, or you should be struggling with, wow, these two candidates are great, which one? That should be the agenda at the end. But I get choked up, sorry, when I talk about this piece, because I've been through a situation where you kind of go, someone told us there's no one else out there. No, that's not true. So I would tell this board, I would prefer you to go back out. If we come with a short list and you interview candidates and you're, go back out. Because the implications for the students that you serve has far more negative weight if you bring the wrong person in, right? That's a disaster for everybody. And excuse me for getting choked up, because it's I'm still a big sap about that stuff. So thank you.
Thank you. That was it.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Well, I thank you so much for the presentation and for the information, especially showing how you would work with each process. I guess my thing is just making sure that we're doing it transparent, so whatever one board, all of us receives the same information, all of us are included. It's not where just maybe one or two. So I just want to make sure that we continue with that. I also am curious, if we do have the stakeholder panel interview, will that be open to the public, or is that just more closed session?
Everything during the interview process piece is closed session.
Regarding the stakeholders?
Yes, because it's
Okay.
part of the interview process.
Okay.
The actual interviewing, I'm sorry, it's actual interviewing. So they sign confidentiality documents that they have to sign to be part of the process. They have to be involved with the full process, so they can't, like some boards get into longer days and 2 days of interviewing. If they can't participate the whole time, they can't participate at all. And they have to sign the confidentiality agreement. Because if they violate it, we don't play games with that piece.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's basically it.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Flores?
Following up on what Ms. Ceballos said, so we refer them to you if someone is interested, which I think is great. How do we do that? Do we give them one of your names or just one of your names? Okay, and that's how we do it? Okay.
Yeah, so it's easy for them to go to the website and get a hold of us, send us an email or
So your emails addresses are on there?
They are.
Okay.
They are.
And you will have information on your website as well.
As well.
About
okay.
the entire
just refer them,
process.
so just refer them to the website and so forth. Okay, great.
Yes.
And in terms of, I lost my thought. Let's see. Okay, so we refer them to go to you on the website, and that's it. Okay, great. Okay, just wondered.
The cleanest, I think, thing is to, when somebody approaches you, to say, go ahead and go to the website. If the person...
Are you going to advertise it on EdJoin as well?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be there
Yes.
too. Okay, great.
And if you know of somebody who doesn't approach you, but you think they may be an excellent candidate, just get a hold of us and we'll do the outreach.
And then I just want to clarify, once we do that, we cannot talk to anybody after that, once they've applied, correct?
We would say don't talk. You don't want to get into
Right,
the
we don't,
process.
but-
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
just so it's clear that
Thank you.
we have no communication with them
You
once
should
they
not. It would be-
submit it. Okay,
You
It's
should not.
tough to do, but it makes it so much easier for you as you
Right.
go through this. It really does. And then if they're selected, then you know that it was
Okay.
a pure process. It's a tough question because you know people, right?
right, we know people, yeah.
You know a ton of people, and so they're not stupid either, right? They know that you're hiring somebody, so they just need to go to our website, but they're going to call you, and other people are going to call you, which is even more challenging, right? So they call you, other people call you, you say, I really can't talk about this. It's a confidential process, and if you have any questions, you can reach out to the consultants.
Right, okay,
You don't even want an appearance of impropriety.
right.
And so you may...
I just want to clarify that.
Yes,
yeah.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's why it's so important for everybody to have a very bright line that says, I can't talk to you about the process. If you're interested, please call
Right.
the consultants.
Right.
You don't want there to ever be a hint that somebody interfered with the process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Board, any other questions, concerns? I mean, you fielded quite a few. And
Did I hear somebody mention Art Delgado earlier today?
it was the guy that's been around forever next to me. No,
He was in Alvor too for a while.
Oh, yeah. All righty. If there are no other questions, again, thank you for your time and your guidance and expertise. We look forward to next steps and meeting with you soon. Appreciate it. And again, thank you for being patient.
Thank you, Board.
And the contact at the district level would be primary contact, Dr. Rodriguez, or usually it's often the board secretary, but
So for now, we will utilize Katrin Ballantyne, the executive assistant for the superintendent's office.
perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All righty. We're going to move on to 7.2, Report Early Literacy Support Block Grant, Year 1 Annual Report. Let's see. We'll be turning that over to Mrs. Applegate. And I'm going to step away for a few minutes here.
Thank you, Board President Wyatt. This is a report on the early literacy grant that we received for Lincoln Elementary School, and it outlines and details several different actions to help support early literacy at Lincoln, including teacher preparation, professional development, establishment of learning centers, additional educational material, intervention materials, and many other supports in order to help Lincoln bolster their early literacy project. And so you have the report there in front of you as well.
Any questions, Board? All right, thank you very much. Let's go to Dr. Flores.
I just want to commend our staff for moving forward with our literacy plan. State Superintendent Thurman has a literacy by literacy initiative, and this is very much in line with it. So we're, as a district, moving forward in terms of tackling the, how would you say, all the step-by-step things that you have here are so important and are right in line with what his initiative is. So I'm really proud of us that we're moving forward, and we have all the, all the little components of it. All our kids are beginning literacy, our support, looking at equity and performance gaps. I'm looking at the categories, how to use the data, how our teachers are learning through professional development, how we're doing the MTSS, how we're doing intervention, and also supporting our kids' development. So I want to thank all of our teachers and our staff for doing a systemic support of literacy and biliteracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. I'll pass that on to Ms. Coker and her team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next item will be Board Bylaw 9124.
Yes, sir. You did ask for information regarding when the board can contact an attorney and get legal advice. So we have provided the board with the policy that was originally adopted from 2007, and we have also provided the board with sample CSBA language for your consideration, for your discussion.
So I know just to spur the conversation, I saw this on the agenda and I talked to Dr. Wyatt while I was coming in about was there a concern about changing this. He'll be in probably, he can talk for himself. But I think it's important for board members to be able to know which counsel there is you would call in case you had a question. I read in this proposed thing from CSBA about having to get a majority or the board president. I don't agree with that because I've been around long enough to know there are times when you may question whether or not the board president or another board member or the majority of the board is doing something that is legal, and are you in legal standing? So to call counsel and ask a quick question, I think it's a good thing. And also, if the challenge being that if the majority of the board were to bring in counsel and start doing legal things to a board member, as a board member, we don't have any means of paying for counsel. So you would have to be able to call someone to say, this is what I'm being told, and how should I respond? A board member should never represent themselves. And it'd be a horrible situation for someone without the means to pay for legal counsel to be in a predicament where you're being served or talked to by somebody else's counsel. That's just my thought. I think the first light was Dr. Flores, then Ms. Ceballos.
I agree with you, Mr. Tillman, that I think we were very wise in adopting this. I wasn't on the board yet. I was elected in 2008, and it has served us well the last 14 years that we've been on the board. And it hasn't been, how would you say, it's been used on occasion. And you're right in terms of us not having to represent ourselves, but being able to ask a legal question. So I support that we not change it.
Ceballos.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Actually, I'm really glad that this is on tonight's agenda. There's obviously some concerns that I had with this. There's been some confusion, I guess, most recently with conversations that have happened from maybe individual board members. having access to attorneys outside from, the board as a whole, or even knowledge from the rest of the board. So although I see your point, Mr. Tillman, and is very well taken, I think that we do have to clean it up a little bit in terms of the parameters that we have as individual board members to be able to contact counsel. There's a lot of things to take into consideration, for instance, legal costs, right? So it just so happened recently that, board members were contacting attorneys without the knowledge of the rest of the board members. And so for me, that's very uncomfortable as part of the board, for me to not to know who on the board is contacting, when they're contacting, and for what reasons they're contacting in the spirit or trying to maintain transparency to the entire board. And so I would like for us to have further discussion. We don't have to, write it up now, maybe. We don't have to vote on it necessarily now. But I definitely would like to have the conversation open and look at the other board policy that has been brought before us and maybe do some comparisons and talk a little bit more in depth about it. Because like I said, my recent experience was not a good one. And so I just want to make sure that there are specific parameters on what our ability as individual board members are in terms of contacting legal counsel. Thank you.
And just to be clear, Mr. Biles, we have an existing policy, so tonight would be a good time to look for consensus to see if the board wanted to change it. It's going to be obvious tonight if you have 4 votes or not. If you don't have 4 votes, then the existing policy will stand. And the existing policy does allow a board member to call a attorney that has a contract with the district. Dr. Rogers?
You. So, and I, there's 2 here, I think, or a printout again of the original one. And just to your point, Mr. Tillman, what you just mentioned, are you saying that this policy says that we can't, because I think that's where our discrepancy came in, by saying board, or it doesn't just say board members individually. And so I'm looking at this other one. I think they gave us a sample of CSBA, and I think somewhere in there it even says don't do it. So I'm trying
and you're right. So really, it's just what I said. If you read, for instance, contact legal counsel at the bottom of this sample policy, it says, at his or her discretion, the board president or superintendent may confer with district legal counsel subject to any limits or parameters established by the board. In addition, the superintendent or board president may contact district legal counsel, provide the board with legal information or advice.
of the board.
Yeah. So let me back.
That's why I'm saying this one is saying majority, which is what became part of the discrepancy in our, and this is 2007, so it's not a long policy, but it's not specific to, or it's either implied that board can be an individual, and that's where we got to clear that up and be able to engage into saying, is that specific enough to say, or is it vague? To me, it's vague. And the vague part of it also may have to have a legal opinion too, because how often, what are we calling for? How does it, what are the parameters around calling and asking? I think earlier it was mentioned that if it's an individual, somebody's coming for you, how do you call and clear up something that may be personal as opposed to something that may be pertaining to the whole board? I don't know, but I don't think this policy has enough meat in it the way it stands right now for us to be clear, because when I read it again and then I looked at CSBA's, definitely has more detail, and then the bottom one just takes us right back to what we were implying, unless authorized by the majority of the board. So that's my input on it.
And I do believe that it's the process. So, and this is, I think, perfectly clear. If you had a majority of the board that wanted to change this policy to read as it does on the bottom, we could do that tonight. You could say that I want to bring this back, look for consensus to say that a board member cannot call counsel unless they have approval by the majority of the board or they're the president. And if you don't,
If it's not for us to move forward or discuss further or engage on it, yeah, I'm suggesting that only because we need, it's already vague right now and I can't even interpret it because it only refers to the board. So are we the board as 6 or 7 of us, or we are individual? Now I read this as the board, right? Not an individual. And then we have our designee, which is the board president, and so on and so forth. So.
yeah, and I just, Dr. White, you just got back. I really think it's critical that a board member has the ability to call council. That, of course, has a contract with the district already, and it's obvious how it's done. You call the district staff and say, who is our counsel, what's the phone number, and you call and ask the question. I've been told X, what am I to do? Is this legal? Is it not legal? I've been around long enough to know that you can, and you need to think about this, you can have one board member that has upset the majority of the board. They could take legal action against that board member that's not legal. So, and the only way that board member would know that is to have counsel themselves. They're only being accused of because of the role they're playing as a board member. So you'd have to provide them with counsel. We do that for everybody.
And I don't disagree. I'm just saying this policy is not agreeing with what you're saying. That's why we have to revisit.
But I think, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, that we know that it doesn't preclude someone from calling because it says the board can. If you wanted to make it real specific, you could say, and we could do it the other way too. We can say that when it says the board, that it means individual board members. And if you get the consensus for that, you can change it that way. You want to go back and start taking them? Dr. Rogers, are you, Dr. Rogers is done, so I think it's Abigail?
Yes. Okay, great.
Myra just came back on.
All righty. Well, thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. And thank you, Mr. Tillman, for
Right, and
taking
so
over
from
for a
my
bit.
understanding, there are districts that do allow board members to ask questions if it may be something on the agenda or so forth with an attorney that is contracted through the district. So I think if there's any clarification that's needed, then it could be just to find out, are other districts doing the same thing? And if so, is it what the percentage of it, what does that look like? But I do want to add that I remember back when I was doing a lot of advocacy work as a parent with my children in school, I was always told, especially by the district attorneys, when I try to address gifted students, or let's say Latino students or so forth, they always told me, because they say the language that I would read, it says may, and they told me, Abigail, we can't do anything. It's may, so we don't have to, and that's not a must. So it's a very different language. So
or shall. Right.
Shall. So when I would say no, but we need these services, well, Abigail, all it says is may. So it doesn't mean that we have to, which was frustrating. So the reality is that the current policy says the board as a whole may use county council, district attorney, and so forth. So, and that's where that language, it does fit that a school board member may seek counsel. It doesn't have to be a whole board, the board as a whole, because of that word may. And I imagine that if you were to speak with an attorney, they would also tell you the same thing, because it doesn't have the word must or shall. And I honestly believe that there are special circumstances that may have board members quickly ask a question on something. But we also have to be mindful, I get that. We have to be mindful of how we're utilizing the services. But the way we have it now, it doesn't exclude board members from asking.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Ms. Ceballos?
So, once again, I think that providing more specific parameters, I mean, if the board decides, hey, we want to have the ability to speak to council on an individual basis, as an individual board member, then that's what the board decides. That's fine. But for me, it's providing specific parameters. Is there a limit, a money amount that maybe gets designated to each individual board member? I don't know. Is there an obligation from legal counsel to provide the entire board with information that another board member contacted them about, you know, how much does the firm, what is the obligations firm to us as a board to stay with, you know, keep us informed? Now, again, like I said, I understand Mr. Tillman's point in regards to, you know, what if one board member upsets the entire board and, you know, that board member doesn't have the ability to, you know, pay for legal counsel on their own. Again, that's fine. So are we saying as a board that the board will represent individual board members? I mean, again, whatever the conversation is, it's okay with me, but I would like for it to be specific and specifically delineated, because as it is currently stated, it's very confusing. If you ask me, by law 9124, the governing board to me means the board as a whole recognizes the complex legal environment in which districts operate and desires reliable, high-quality legal advice at reasonable rates. Then it goes on to say, in order to meet the district's legal needs, the board may contract. So again, it does have that may that Ms. Rosales Medina is referencing to.
That's not our policy. That's not our policy.
Okay, well, let me go back to, because that's the one I had up.
Our policy doesn't say that.
Okay, so let me read our policy. The board, I apologize. So our policy says the Board of Education recognizes the complex legal environment. Is that the one? Okay. In which school districts operate, so very similar, but it starts with the Board of Education recognizes the complex legal environment in which school districts operate and desires reliable, dependable legal advice. The board also, so again, makes no difference to me here. The board to me saying, the board meaning one unit, so one board, also provides collaborative legal efforts with other agencies and districts in order to promote the district's interests. Then it goes on to say in the next line, the board as a whole may use the county council, district attorney, or private attorneys to meet the needs of the district. So to me, this actually, board policy is pretty darn specific in terms of who is to use legal counsel. So again, you know, there's some discrepancy because there is some interpretation not so long ago by, you know, some of us that it was saying individual board members. I'm reading here in this second little paragraph that says the board as a whole may use the county council, district attorney, or private attorneys. So again, it's leaving it open for interpretations. I don't know where the confusion is when it says the board as a whole, but then again, you know, you can argue it's my interpretation. What I'm saying is we need to clean it up so that there is no room for confusion. And we need to establish parameters in terms of who gets to use it, when they get to use it, and for how much money are they allowed to use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biles. Mr. Tillman?
I think if his statement says the board as a whole can go to a conference, it means that any board member can go to the conference. I don't think it means the whole board has to go. So, I mean, we can look at clarifying it, but I think it's important that board members be able to call council to get clarification. I do agree, and this is easy. You'll see the bills. You can ask for the bills. You can ask how much money has it cost us for Dr. White to contact council, or for myself to contact council, or for Dr. Flores, and you can agendize it for discussion and say, hey, I think they're calling too much, and here's how much it's costing us. And if you look at the questions they're calling about, they're not legitimate, so we can change the policy to restrict it more. But I think the way the policy is written now, it does allow board members to call council. I know in the past I've called council. I know Dr. Flores called council and helped me immensely, because you do have times that someone will tell you that something is legal, but only you can refer to council to check that. What we found out even recently was someone could bring a different council to tell you something, and then another council contradicts it. So that's a whole another piece. But I do think it's important that board members be able to contact council, even from the perspective of you're thinking about doing something or calling somebody or taking an action. It's important that board members be able to call for a legal opinion. I do it, and I know, Scott, you do it too, at the county. There are times because of contracts or personnel issues that I will call county council. And if I need to call them at that level, it's even more important I'd be able to do it at the board level. It's just too much responsibility involved at this level to not make those phone calls. We're going to talk about, I know this is agendized later on to talk about conflict of interest training. But a lot of times you'd call council to even ask questions about that. Is it legal for me to take this job or that job, or for me to talk to somebody about something? And so I think, let me just be clarified, I think as it stands now, as it's written, it's obvious the stuff that's in this proposed CSBA is not in our policy right now. So, and it doesn't say the governing board, it says the board as a whole has access, which to me means the entire board has access to council. So we could change it to say the board as a whole, or you can say the individual board members may use county council. Everyone, if you want to make that change, or you can make it more restrictive, but that would have to be agendized and then voted on. And I mean, you can give consensus tonight to say, I want to change the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. I do apologize. I wasn't sure who was next. Was it Dr. Flores? All right, Dr. Flores.
Mr. Tillman, you had made a suggestion that.
Your mic's not on.
You had made a suggestion earlier that we call for consensus to either change it or not change it or keep it as we have. So I would like you to restate it, and because right now we're just in discussion, we can't take action on it. So, but we need consensus to continue to discuss it, or leave it the way it is, or et cetera.
To me, I would leave it the way it is, only because I think it allows board members to have the ability to contact council. If you want to be clear, though, you could say the board as a whole, or get rid of that, scratch that, and then call council and ask council for a suggestion that allows individual board members to get.
Say the board, the board, or an individual board member.
And this would be a time that maybe Dr. White, you could contact our council and ask them. But I do think you may as well look, see if you have consensus to make the change. I don't know if you do.
Do we need consensus to agendize it?
I believe that's what this whole conversation was about. Okay. Number one was to review the BP, to discuss the BP, and then we would make a recommendation to the Board Policy Subcommittee.
I believe that's what I asked earlier.
Right. I mean, I apologize, I was out of here. But that's what my understanding of this whole conversation was to just, one, say, yes, let's forward this to the Board Policy Subcommittee for further discussion. And if that means amendment, then amendment, and go from there.
Without direction, Dr. White, what good does that do?
Yeah. Well, obviously, the direction here is
we're not asking the policy committee to tell us whether or not we think an individual board member should be able to. That's what the question is now. Now you could say, I'll give you a prime example. If Mr. Biles had a majority of the board that agreed that the way this sample paragraph is written where it specifically says only the board president and only a majority of the board can contact council. If she had the majority to do that, we would say, then send that to the policy committee to write it up more restrictive. So all I'm asking is the consensus to make it more restrictive or less?
No, that's not all I'm saying, though.
It doesn't make any sense to send it away. That's the only question. That's why we're talking about it tonight. The board has thousands and thousands of pages of policy. The only reason why this is before us is because someone thinks it should be changed to be more restrictive.
That's not the only point for me. So when you're done, Dr. Flores, I would like to continue the conversation.
I believe that individual board members should have the right to ask counsel when it pertains to something that is egregious or you're not sure of, that each of us has a right to ask for legal counsel. So I'm not in favor of changing it, and if we were to change it, I would add that the board or individual board member. Other than that, I wouldn't vote for any other changes.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Ceballos?
So for me, this is a conversation opener. It's not right, like, okay, do we want to make it more restrictive or less restrictive? I don't think it's as black and white as that, at least not for me. So I'm trying to explain the purpose of me bringing it up. And so hopefully I do a better job, because I think I've been failing. So if the board decides that they want to send this to subcommittee, I would like for the subcommittee, policy subcommittee, to discuss if we don't get consensus. So maybe there's two things that we're looking at. If the board doesn't get consensus to make it more restrictive, because that's not what the board wants, we want to leave it open to individual board members. Then if that's the case, what I'm asking is that we put parameters in place for what that's going to look like. Again, that we discuss, do we have a number amount on annual expenses for each board member to be able to contact? I don't know. Do we have, is legal counsel obligated, again, to provide the entire board with an update of who has requested legal counsel and for what reasons they've requested legal counsel? Because again, I don't want to sit in the dark, right? And more so, I don't see what the problem is. We just did it. You, Mr. Tillman, asked board president, can you check in with legal counsel? Why can't that be the way we go about doing things? But again, to me, it's not conducive to transparency when we don't put parameters on. I'm not saying let's not contact. If that's what the board decides and that's what we want to do, fine. But let's put parameters where there's transparency for the rest of us, that we know when legal counsel is being contacted, not by an inquiry from us, because yeah, we have the ability to always request for the bills or what have you, but that it's given to us as part of a regular update maybe, or a quarterly update or something like that, that there's clear parameters. I just don't feel comfortable leaving it as is without really knowing or it just doesn't sound transparent to me. Again, those are my 2 cents. Maybe there's 2 things on the table. Maybe we get consensus if we want to make it more restrictive. If the board decides no, they don't want to go more restrictive, then I would seek for consensus to still send it to board subcommittee policy, maybe to put in some parameters of what does that mean.
All righty, thank you, Ms. Ceballos, and I'll try to weigh in here. I know I missed some of your comments, so I do apologize. For me, I think the way the policy is written, it is not clear. So if we're going to amend it, and I do believe we should amend it, there needs to be more specificity to it, without a doubt. I believe that individual board members should have the right and the ability to contact our counsel. It could be individual concerns that they have within the board or within the district, or perhaps how they feel treated or mistreated, however it may be, professional advice, legal advice. Now, part of that, though, should definitely be communication to where we're aware, meaning the board as a whole, meaning all of us. So I'll be very clear here. And I don't know how that should be communicated. I think that's something we could flush out as a board, meaning, all right, I want to contact legal counsel. Do I inform the president? And then, say, okay, I'm still going to contact him because I need to, I want to. And then do we notify the rest of the board? Right? I think that's being transparent, okay? It also respects the right of the individual board member. In regards to billing, and this is something I learned this last year, let me just say that a lot about, we vote on contracts. And normally the contracts have a dollar amount. And I'll just say 200,000 for the year, because I know that's a number I remember. So maybe I use up 190,000 of that 200,000, and that would be a lot. Let me just say that. And we would have to come back to the board and say, hey, we almost have extinguished that contract for whichever firm of 200,000. Do we want to extend that contract or increase that contract? I see us do it with many different vendors that we work with, so I don't see how it'd be any different here. As for a limit, I don't know if we need a limit, but we definitely need to know who's talking to legal counsel and, when and maybe even why. There may be a very justifiable why behind that, and I can agree to that, especially what I've experienced, just as board president. I really haven't dealt with legal counsel a lot prior to this, but I have spoken to him in the past, I'll say that. But it was normally in the room when we're all there, but to answer questions I may have. But to me, and I'll say this as the position as board president, I'm not bothered or offended if somebody wants to contact legal counsel. I think I should know so I can make sure that the rest of the board knows. That's for sure. And that's my part. Who is next? Mr. Tillman? Mr. Tillman.
So two things, Dr. White. I don't know, and maybe you could talk to counsel and they can tell you, are there ever times when, and I know, for instance, I've seen it where the district had to pay for both sides of counsel. So, for instance, when we had the issue with the Personnel Commission, maybe you weren't, but the district was paying for the legal fees for the Personnel Commission and for the district, the board, but we were paying for both. And so, and I know there was some, of course, then you have attorney-client privilege, so that you'll know how much, we knew how much the bill was, right? But you won't know, you're not gonna be able to tell you what the content was that they were talking about, right? And there may be cases where a board member has to assume counsel because the board is taking action against that board member, but the district has to pay for both, and then what information has to be divulged. That's why I meant when I said you talk to counsel about, if you're going to go in the direction that Mr. Bio said in terms of, transparency. If it's legal, I don't know how much transparency you legally can give once a person acquires counsel, if that makes sense. And I'm not saying, no, we've never had that happen, but we have had where you have administrators that do something and a board member says, hey, I'm going to check to see if legally they can do that. And we have found that, no, they can't do that legally, so then they'd have to inform the entire board, get agendized, and then the discussion would happen. And a lot of times it comes back to the discussion of the board making a decision which way you want to go when you hear from both sides of council, if that makes sense. So, but if you, by listening, you have consensus tonight to move forward with saying that individual board members have the opportunity to call council, and then listen to Ms. Ceballos, she would just say that she wants the policy committee to write in that in doing that, we want to see an itemized list as to when they contact council and how much it costs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tillman. Dr. Daddy Rogers.
Well, again, without just going on and on about it, aren't we at consensus to, but where I'm not sure, is it going to, our policy committee to add all of these various things in it, whether we get an A version of it, of what we've heard, and a B version, so we can have that discussion, and you're going to call and weigh in whatever you know legally. I think I've heard it, and that's where it's going. What I didn't hear is that we can do it, we're going to do it tonight, right?
No, we're not going to.
Okay, so then all of those things captured, and I also want to say this, I did not hear that we didn't want individuals, but this policy, you know, and all of us, is up to interpretation and is proving itself that we disagree with how it was written. Maybe it served a purpose then, but it's saying whole and the board, and we refer to ourselves not as individuals. That's where we get confused. But if we want to say that, and legally we can say that, then we just need to make the adjustment to the policy. But we can't do that tonight.
No, and again, it would have to go to the policy committee. And also, you know, I'm looking at this is almost 16 years old. It'll be 16 years old next month, and times definitely change. And as we've learned in the last 2 years, it's changed a lot, just with boards in general. So, Ms. Ceballos, and then we'll go to Dr. Rodriguez.
So again, kind of just lastly, parameters is my thing, right? I think that, again, going back to Mr. Tillman's point, if a individual board member seeks legal counsel for something personal, that's not part of the board, right? So any question that an individual board member could have related to the board should be informed. So it shouldn't be privileged information to client, legal client thing. If a board member is going to a legal counsel for personal reasons, right? If the individual board member is going to legal counsel for board-related issues, right? So, like, again, making those distinctions. So, again, just parameters for me. And I after Mr. Tillman, and, you know, I think I would like to seek consensus for either restricting it or including individual board members.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Vice President Tillman.
And just to be clear, when I talk about in terms of a board member needing representation, a perfect example would be you could literally have a district superintendent and a majority of board make an accusation and therefore want to pursue some legal action against an individual board member. The individual board member disagrees with that action being taken. Then you would have to give that individual board member representation to represent that individual board member, even if to the point, even if they went to court. And then the judge would rule who was right and who was wrong. And that's why I think it's critical that you allow individual board members to contact counsel. To think that you would have a situation where majority of the board decided to take political action against a board member, and it was totally erroneous, and the individual board member would have to use their own money to defend themselves, that's a nightmare. You have to provide the legal counsel for that board member to be represented, especially in the end if it found out the board member prevailed over the superintendent in majority that was making the charge.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Dr. Flores?
So I'm with Dr. Rogers. Let's come to a consensus. I've heard a consensus of adding board or individual member to our policy. There's 4 of us that have that consensus. So I would like us to add that and then bring it back for discussion, for action.
All righty, well, let me just make sure for the record that we have consensus to move forward. I believe Dr. Daddy Rogers. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're going to have a couple reads on this one. I'm pretty sure of that, but we do have to have a starting point. All right, Ms. Rosales Medina?
So here's my only dilemma when taking it back to the sub.
I'm not saying taking it back.
Oh, okay, so, okay.
I'm just saying, just add that.
Just add that, okay. So then I was looking at the language, the board as a whole, or individual may use the county council and blah, blah, and so forth. Now, just to clarify with personal needs, in here it already says, in order to promote the district's interests, to meet the, and there's another paragraph where it says to meet the district's needs of the district and so forth. It's already in there. So I honestly don't see any need to make any changes other than maybe that minor change. And then adding a sentence that pertains to the board as a whole shall receive a report of the usage and reasons, or something like that, similar to that, on a monthly basis, if that's the case, or when you typically do their billing cycle. I'm not sure how that works. I'm okay with adding those two language. I don't think it's necessary to take it to the policy subcommittee. I think it's fairly simple that I would be okay with moving forward with adding individual board members.
Correct me if I'm wrong, if we're doing an amendment to the board, a board policy, our practice, our,
Even those changes, that makes sense.
yeah, it should
We
still go
can
to the
ask
board
them to-
policy subcommittee. It's usually reviewed with them and then executive cabinet member. I know, and not to put you on the spot, but I know even Mr. Solon has said in the past that he has had previous districts that have had language, so we already have an example of where individual board members have, the right to do so. So there's language there already, folks, and examples. It's not really reinventing the wheel, it's just amending what we have. But I'm
Roger,
asking for
clarify
consensus
that.
to do so at this point.
Consensus to just add that.
Well,
Well, to take it.
and I'm not saying specifically what at this point.
Well, that's what my recommendation is.
I think we need to look at examples on language, because, I could sit here and make changes, but again, I think that needs to.
You're recommending it goes to the policy committee?
Absolutely.
And then we bring back,
And they
okay.
look at examples, and they work with executive cabinet, whomever facilitates the board policy subcommittee, as we normally do.
All right, fine.
I think that's staying with the norm.
Then that I would be okay with that, but then again, like I mentioned, and even Dr. Dowdy Rogers mentioned, is it more restrictive? Is it less in adding more words of individual? So I'm leaning more towards the adding the word of individual to it than being more restrictive.
And like I said, I know there's some examples out there that we could look at that have already done the legwork for us. And, the duties is to bring back a draft, and if we need to go first read, second read, I'll keep being the broken record here, that's what we'll do. We may not agree with it on the first read, which I doubt we will. There'll probably need to be some wordsmithing there, and then we go second read, and then we'll finalize. And then Dr. Rodriguez did have her light on earlier, so I apologize that she didn't have an opportunity to speak, so.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to provide some clarity. So the way I'm looking at this is that, do we leave the policy as is, or is there a change needed? If there's a change needed, then we have parameters that are given to us by this board to the subcommittee. We then go through that process, we bring it back to board, and then at that point, then the board can decide whether to move forward with that conversation. So at this point, I think just to move the process along a little is, President Wyatt, and I don't know if it's like, do we need a motion or leave as is or
I was
not?
going by board member individually, just to make sure we had consensus or majority consensus. And I think Dr. Flores, you're a yes, and I am a yes, and Vice President Tillman, yes, and Ms. Ceballos?
Yes, just again for clarity, we are consenting to send it back to subcommittee to incorporate individual board members as part of the language, because we have a consensus to that much, but then also some of the other parameters by taking examples of maybe what other board districts are.
And you'll bring that back to us to look at.
Okay,
And we'll have a deeper probably discussion even then. It'll be a lot easier at that point to wordsmith and look at it, because right now is not the time to do that. Right now is the time to determine if we have consensus to do so.
So that's my consensus, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
So consensus that the board policy changes goes to board policy subcommittee with parameters around allowing individual board members to contact attorneys and then looking for some additional language around parameters of what that looks like. Thank you.
All righty, thank you, board. That was a very hefty discussion. We're on 8.2, date for conflict of interest training workshop, and I'm hoping that I have that here. I do not, and so I apologize. I could see the agenda, but the reading I do not have, so.
So basically, this was something that the board had asked about going through a process of training for conflict of interest. And so we're looking to be able to calendar that training for the board.
I think we need to be a little even more specific on here. I believe it was like Form 700 training was what was recommended. So I don't know if the word conflict of interest was used. I'd have to go back and look at recommendations.
Form 700.
But I believe it was Form 700 training.
And that was what I was kind of confused, because it does say conflict of interest training, when in reality it was not for that. It was for the Form 700,
What our obligations are,
which
yeah.
actually has areas, that you would need to add into the form. But yeah, so that was my understanding, was the Form 700.
Dr. Flores and then Dr. Daddy Rogers. She got you just by me.
So just something to consider. We are going to have an election. So we probably will, if we're going to do it now, you may have to do it afterwards as well.
Oh,
After the
I would
election.
agree. If there's a, well, even then, if there's a new, whether we know we're getting a new board member no matter what, and that individual should go to new board member orientation training, Brown Act training. I think there's like 2 or 3 at least. And I'll be honest, I can't remember if they covered 700 in that.
Right.
They may or may not have, but, again, at that time.
I was
the new
just
board
bringing
member,
it
yeah.
up, just as a FYI.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, I don't even know if laws change by year to year. So this is one of those things that I don't think we could be taught enough. And even for myself, I've learned a lot this last year with Form 700 reporting. So, and I know all of us here, a lot of us work on a number of different committees and nonprofits. So we want to be sure with what we're right. Even CSBA Delegate Assembly, I believe, we got to look at that too. So, there are a lot of areas that I wasn't sure on before that I need more training on. So, Dr. Daddy Rogers.
Thank you. And I know we did talk about the 700, but the title of conflict of interest is somewhere in there as well, because we need to have both. I know currently we're trying to figure out our affiliations, and we're all affiliated with a lot of things. And so, again, for the spirit of transparency and knowledge, and whether it even changes, who knows? But I think it's both. So even though you put that,
Yeah,
with
it's
that
a little heavy, but yeah.
we need
It
that
is.
too for our own clarity, because, like I said, we all sit on different things, and we just want to be clear.
I agree. I couldn't agree more. Date? Oh, geez. And how long, do we know how long? Have we been told how long this training is? Or I know it would be with a firm, and one that we obviously have a contract with, to go through this training. I don't know how long it is, so I think we might have to find that out.
We can provide additional information as far as the time and the topics for your consideration for the next board meeting. We'll put it in the Friday update.
Because I was just wondering, is it workshop type style where we could come an hour earlier, or do we need more time? So, and then Vice President Tillman.
And I mean, there has to be an online version of the course where we can take at a time we want to take it. We don't have to get in a class to do it. Just tell us, set it up and say, here, we paid for this class and you have until this date to take the class online.
There are programs like Target Solutions. And I think there's another one out there as well. And I don't know if they already have these classes established, but if not, then we may have to do a workshop.
I don't want to prolong the meeting, I really don't. But taking it online, and I've seen it online too, right? There's a really good one. But I just still think that sometimes we need a live, that's just my opinion, to be able to say, what if this scenario, because we know the scenarios, right? The computer's not going to let us ask the scenario. Okay, you're the founder, the president, this. We just need, I'm just thinking, we need to have something live or, we just have to continue to ask legal. But then we're in that quandary, like, which legal person is answering this? Are they right? So I don't know. But there is one on there. I just recently had to do it for first 5 on the 700. And you can go in there, you can save it, and then you can go through. And it's pretty good. They got a lot of information in there, but I'm not sure on the conflict one. That's always, one we take a long time ago, and we try to retain the information.
But it does sound like we have, a couple different opinions here. So I am an in-person kind of learner. I do online training all the time, and sometimes I move through it as fast as I can to get it done. I'll be honest, right? And am I absorbing as much as it is? And the part I don't like is I can't ask a question. Maybe someday when we talk about AI, we might have that option, but not right now. So, so I think one, we need to find out a little bit more. What are some of our options? Online, in person. How long are we looking at? And then we could probably determine a date after that.
So we have a board training that's titled Brown Act, Conflict of Interest, Equity and Ethics. According to our executive assistant in the superintendent's office, we do have some proposals from several firms. We can provide that information to you in the Friday update, and then you can then provide us direction.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rodriguez. We'll move on now to reports, comments, 9.1, board member comments. And let me see if I could see who that is right now. I cannot, so who? On mine it shows who we have in order to speak. I don't know if it's on yours. Is it Ms. Ceballos? And then we go that back around? All right, well then we'll start with Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Ceballos.
Thank you.
Oh, you can sit on yours.
I'll be brief here. Just really quickly, I wanted to bring up another board policy that I would like for us to kind of see if I can get consensus to take it to subcommittee board policy, and that is the board policy 9270, which is talks about specifically about conflict of interest. So there's a lot of things that have recently happened in our district. The most recent one being, Mr. Navarro coming down talking about young women empowerment. And again, we as a board, in my opinion, should always hold ourselves to the highest level of standard, right? So that includes any appearance of impropriety. So, there's some of us here that, may have connections, with family members directly or associates, what have you. Either way, it's my opinion and my belief that I think, again, we should hold ourselves to the highest level of standard. And so what I am requesting, current board policy 9270 says that the Board of Education desires to maintain the highest ethical standards and help ensure that decisions are made in the best interest of the district and the public in accordance with the law. So yes, we want to follow the law, but that's the smallest obligation. That's like the minimal level of obligation, in my opinion. Again, we want to make sure that we rise to the occasion, we rise above to the level of highest as we can. So that doesn't include district and in accordance with the law, that doesn't include the appearance of impropriety. This only includes board members and designated employees shall disclose any conflict of interest. So there's no violation of law as long as we are disclosing that there is a relationship. I can recuse myself, I can go back, and I'm not violating any laws or anything like that. I want to challenge this board to rise even higher than that, which means that we don't engage in any business with anyone that may bring upon us as a district and as a board the appearance of impropriety, regardless of whether there's been any violations of any laws. And so the ask that I have tonight for my colleagues is that we do bring this board policy to the subcommittee, and we, again, put us to that high level of standard in amending this board policy. So with that, that will be all my comments tonight. I just want to go ahead and look over to see if we have consensus for that. Thank you.
My turn or consensus? Which is it?
Well, it sounds like Ms. Biles was asking for consensus on that. Now, I'll be honest with you, I haven't looked at 9270, and I probably would like to look at 9270 before I make a comment, but I'll start with you, Dr. Rogers, and move from right to left.
I totally agree with exactly what you're saying, Mr. Biles. We have enough, eyesores, distractions, and different things like that. And the fact that we want to say to rise to the highest level, of transparency and listening to our community, things that turn the attention away from education and doing what we're in the business of, I would welcome looking at that policy and putting that in there, that any affiliations that creates those types of challenges, that we eliminate those. So I'm in agreement.
It makes sense, and I know personally, I removed myself from local nonprofit organizations that I were working with because I didn't want any ties to anything that anybody will call me out on, so I make sure I don't. But at the same time, now that I've been on the board, I've seen individuals be part of boards that do not receive money, that still that could have that perception, and even Dr. Hill, who was part of so many committees and so many organizations and so many different, that you would think then we would be eliminating individuals who are active within our community, and I think that just poses a risk of when someone runs for office that they're limited to being part of anything. Now, I choose not to be part of a lot of things, but because of my personal preference, and I think we could do it by that. But I know it would be extremely hard seeing that I see individuals who are active in the community and are part of the board and are able to do both. So I would find it really difficult.
We haven't looked at this policy in a long time, so I would ask us, Ms. Ceballos, myself, and Ms. Medina, that we also get a legal opinion on the status of our board policy, and then ask for their legal advice and what we should add or delete, whatever, and then bring it back to update it. Yeah.
Okay, and I'll just go along the line here. I definitely believe in transparency and open about what we do, and I know a lot of folks here do a lot outside of this position, and probably why we're here. I think it's led us to where we are right now. I know for me it definitely has, and when we did that work, we didn't ask for any pay. We volunteered to do that work, and there's an old saying that 10% of the people do 90% of the work. Because when you're looking for volunteers, it's hard to find people to help. So, I compliment my colleagues, all of us, for the volunteer work we do in our community, because a lot of the nonprofits probably couldn't get it done without us. I'm not just saying us here. There's many volunteers in the community that are out there, hundreds if not thousands of us out there volunteering our time. So, but I agree, if there's any type of perception of conflict of interest or a real conflict of interest, I definitely want to remove myself from that, and I don't want there to be a question about it. But I know I'm not going to stop doing that work, I'll say that. But I agree, yes.
I totally disagree. If you think you're going to do something so that in election time you don't get called a dirty, rotten scoundrel, it ain't going to happen. You can change the policy all you want to. Somebody mentioned Dr. Hill. Dr. Hill was on all kind of boards. You know how many times I saw Dr. Hill walk out that door because it was a conflict of interest? And you said it yourself. It's not because it was illegal. And because somebody comes out here during election time and say you're a dirty, rotten scoundrel because you volunteered on the board and you're not getting any money. And I've been lied on recently. Wrote articles about it. They said all kind of stuff, and it was a total lie. But is there a policy that's going to make that person not lie on you? No. People are going to come for you. And I know I've been telling Ms. Tobias this since the day she got elected. We are politicians. This is the political world that we live in. And you're always going to have people accuse you of stuff. You're not going to, and I have to say it, and maybe she's telling me wrong, but I get the impression she says if you change this policy, Gil's never going to come down here again and say something bad about anybody on the board. Do you believe that?
What I said.
I don't care what I don't care what you change that policy to. Gil Navarro is going to come down here if you follow it to the T and find something negative to say about you. So why would I keep changing policies? You said it yourself. We're not breaking the law. So why would I even address it? We're not breaking the law. But people are going to say things and give the impression that you are. And why? Because they want to get votes. They want to beat you in an election. That's the reality we live in. I'm not going to live in some pretend world where I say I want to consider something and let the policy committee fix something so that one day somebody can say that above approach these board members never do nothing because they all abide by policy 306. It ain't going to happen. They're always going to accuse you of doing something, and it's not going to be true. It will be a blatant lie and a misconception, and they're going to try to make people think bad of you, not because you're bad, not because you're doing bad things, because it's election time.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. We have no on the record. Ms. Ceballos? And I assume you're a yes because you brought it up, so. And I would say we have consensus with 5 yea, 1 nay. All right, Dr. Daddy Rogers, your board comments. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. So let me see what I have here. I know I have in my notes somewhere, I do want to commend the management team and the event that took place over at the Wayward Outreach and everybody that had something to do with that. And I think I said this there, because I'm not non-traditional educator. When I say all, I mean everyone. I don't want to leave anyone out. And I mean that everyone that's a part of this district is important in their own way. And so if I don't say the right lingo, when I say all, I mean everyone. I also want to, I did attend the DAC meeting. I was able to get on and there was some corrections that were made. But what stood out most was I heard the statement somewhere being said, missing school is out. Missing school is out. And that's a very bold statement. And I remember seeing a sign about this, and it takes us right back to absenteeism. And we have a chronic absenteeism issue. I had recently just heard about, we talk about chronic absenteeism as a whole, but then there's classroom absenteeism, that's even worse. And I'm hoping that we can also get some update, a presentation on that, because if students are missing the amount of classes that I heard, I don't know how they would even pass. I don't know what they're learning. And so we really need to get back on track with talking about chronic absenteeism, but specifically period absenteeisms. Where are they at? Where are they going? Why do they not want to be there? Also, back on the parent engagement, I know that there's many individuals that are waiting for the RFPs to open back up for family engagement. But, family engagement is something that's state specific. We should never have our eye off of the parent engagement, because we have to make sure that we're engaging all of our parents. And so I'm hoping that soon we will be able to see presentation on how we're doing, or what it's not meant to a gotcha. It's just, again, to know where we are and how we can support and what exactly we are doing, because our parents definitely, as we've talked about it, they've gone through, as we all have, it's different. The times are different. They're engaging in things that we're all in our own way under some mental health challenge of trying to deal with things that have happened during our pandemic, our back and forth. And so please, soon we want to hear about our parent engagement. And then I think that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Ms. Rosas Medina?
Yes, I'm actually really excited to see that we're including within our trades, for instance, an example, it is, I know it's a consent calendar item. is it 1123? I don't have the number in front of me. I just have the policy per. And so it is important that, I'm really excited the fact that we are bringing in the different types of trades. That also includes possible internships, apprenticeships, and so forth within these organizations that are good paying jobs that provides great benefits for the employees. So I'm just really excited that we're moving forward in this direction. I don't think I know I've asked for it before, but I'm really excited to actually see it on the agenda. So I want to commend the district for adding items like these to the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Flores?
I was going to bring that up as well. I'm really excited about it, and it's MOU with Cajon in the building and construction trades, and I'm so happy. I hope that's the start of it, and we have a couple other high schools with those trade pathways, building trade pathways, because they pay well. We need electricians, we need plumbers, we need carpenters, we need welders, we need the gamut of all our kids deserve that. And I love that they have a curriculum already and program and curriculum and then apprenticeships. It's going to be great. So just like Devonna said, once we invest, right, in Sankofa or whatever programs we invest, we will bring it for it to rise to, excellence. I want to thank Assessor Caesar McGuire for Miracles and Dreams Foundation, 11.7, for their $150,000 for Vermont School to renovate and plant trees and buy portable soccer goals. That's wonderful for our kids in the Muscoy area. I want to thank Dr. Funches for what you're going to do, the comparability salary schedule for classified workers. And I have enough of the examples of some of the positions. I know you're going to do it for all the positions, but this was handed out at DLAC, cafeteria worker, recreation aide, education assistant, 3 instructional aide, instructional assistant, special day class. So that those are just a few, but there's one for everyone all along the line. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank Mrs. Applegate. We went to CLSBA, Dr. Rodriguez, Tex Acosta, Mr. Ojeda, also, and myself, and who else? Oh, Mr. Tillman. Oh, I forgot Mr. Tillman. Mr. Tillman went too, to California Latino School Boards Association. It was so dynamic, great keynotes. One of the keynotes was Rafael Agustin. He wrote a book, Illegally Yours. He's a screenwriter for Hollywood. It was just really marvelous. Mrs. Applegate presented, and our district shined for our biliteracy, seal of biliteracy, and all the things that we do. I don't know if you all know, but we're one of the highest districts that gives the most seals of biliteracy, not only in the Inland Empire, but throughout the whole state. So we are doing a great job. I also presented and our ethnic studies resolution and our ethnic studies policy was presented, and districts were really happy to have it. And it was about, how we're going about implementing our ethnic studies, and didn't realize that we've been doing that since 2014 with pilot studies and ethnic studies. But now, because of our policy, we did a great job. Next, I attended DLAC Friday, and I'm glad that we're going to have it virtually from this point on, as well as in person. I want to thank Chief Paulino. The parents were very happy with, I don't know if you saw all their faces, but he gave an incredible presentation on safety, and also answered every single question that the parents asked on safety, and they were very, very happy about it. So I really was thankful for that. I attended the management conference along with Mr. Tillman and Dr. Rogers, and I want to thank the cabinet for inviting Dr. Richard Garanza. He was inspiring. Our employees were inspired. Everybody, like when Gwen says all our employees, it's all our employees. He talked about aligning our system. We are the system. All of us are the system. We're part of the system, and it's all for who? For our kids. It's for our kids and our teachers and our administrator, everybody. So I was really, really, really happy. I want to end with, let's see, did I cover everything? There's another one. Oh, here it is. I want to end with a final, for us to envision, I don't know, and consider a beautification campaign for our schools. Our schools were neglected for 2 years, and I don't know if you've gone around. I'm getting calls and a letter about, it looks like we're not taking pride in our schools and our sites. I was raised by a Navy veteran. And my dad, I don't know if you know about the Navy guys, but everything has to be like immaculate and perfect, right? And the lawns were always perfect. I mowed them. The edging was perfect. I did that. There were no weeds anywhere. And there was flowers, and everything was pruned accordingly. And so to take pride in what we have around us also reflects the pride that we have within us. So I want us to, as a board and also cabinet, think about it, right? Think about, a strategic plan or what the cost will be. I know Mr. Sullivan's looking at me, dollar signs, but I think that we do need to do that. I really do. So thank you very much.
All right, and maybe there's some grants out there for changing our landscaping.
Oh, I have one more thing. I'm so sorry.
You're over already,
No,
Dr.
I know.
Rogers. I mean, Dr. Flores.
I
sorry.
know, Dr.
I was looking at Dr. Rogers, and I'm
Okay.
talking to you.
The California Student Aid Commission presented, they left $3.75 billion. I asked the lady, did you say million? No, I said billion. Dollars on the table of FAFSA money and Pell Grant in 2021. That is criminal. It's a sin. I think I need to give this to Mrs. Applegate, but we need to do better for our kids because they qualify for these Pell Grants and the FAFSA. And so here are some of the contact information. But I couldn't believe that they left $3.75 billion on the table nationally.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Vice President Tillman.
Yes, and just to segue off what Dr. Flores said, we are in unprecedented times in terms of funding, even at schools. So that extra money is unbelievable, and some of it still has timeline. So I'm hoping Mr. Sullins and Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Applegate and Dr. Funches that we're working with our sites, and I hope you guys aren't waiting for us to find ways to spend the money. There are a lot of folks who come to me with requests for the legitimate things at sites. We should be buying those things. I mean, there's not going to be any excuse that's going to be valid if we get to the end and we got money left over. And so, and I say that because I've been working in government for 42 years. It's not easy to spend money. You have to get 3 estimates. You have to find the vendor. You hope they can follow through on it. It takes time. So I have a real concern about that timeline. And it'd be even worse knowing that the people are coming to me saying, I need this. But I do want to say that I think we lose sight of the good times that we're in. I've been in bad times financially in school districts. This is not those times. And we are very fortunate to be in the predicament that we are right now. And I don't want to lose sight of all the great work that our staff are doing, the teachers, the classified employees, the groups we partner with, to think that we have a program in the morning now at all our elementary sites where parents can drop their students off at 7:15, and we did that during the time of coming out of the pandemic and having a hard time finding people to work. You guys deserve a round of applause, and I appreciate you. And the parents and the community appreciate you, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. When I see the little kids walking home with their instruments, it just brings literally tears to my eyes, because as a district, we decided to make the music program a priority. That's why they have those new instruments. And that's another way we should be spending that money, making sure that we're replenishing those instruments to ensure that everyone that wants to play an instrument in our district is able to do so. We take it for granted. Other districts don't have a music program like ours. We're giving out the computer devices. We should continue to do that. When I went to the conference for the California Latino School Board Association, it's in the presentation. We find out we're one of the few districts that didn't get rid of our bilingual program when everyone else did. And I'm the only board member now that was here then, but at the time we had Dr. Valdez, who was an expert, and she told us and recommended what she thought was the best for our students. And she got a board consensus to agree. And that's why we kept the program, because we didn't care about what the politicians said. We asked the question, what's best for our students? Which program is going to benefit our students the most? So, and you know, I never forget, I hope some of you guys watched the football game on Sunday. It was LSU. And of course, the quarterback was Jaden Daniels from Cajon High School. But when Jaden Daniels was in the 9th grade, his mother stood right there, and she held up a T-shirt with holes in it. And she said, "This is our practice uniform. And here's one of the uniforms that they used for doing the games, and it was just as bad." And she said, if you guys don't fund the program, the students are going to leave. Now, what you don't know is she was here because I told her to come to the meeting, because she called me and said, "Hey, you got to give us money for these uniforms. If you don't, we're not going to keep the players to have the championship teams." The board decided to do it, and we invested in the kids, and you see the results.
That's when we invested $1.5 million.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you see the results
every year.
Sunday night with a player from San Bernardino playing in prime time. But for every player you see on TV, there were hundreds and thousands that benefited from those programs. And so I hope we continue to do those things, but never lose sight on the work that we're doing. And it's great work. And I can't thank all the people involved, including the bus drivers at Durham, to see them picking up and dropping off students. Thank you to the bus drivers. Thanks to the bus driver attendants. I think so often in America, we forget how blessed we are. Because the game of politics is to make everybody look bad so you can advance yourself. And in doing that, you never celebrate how fortunate we are as a country, how fortunate we are being in the state of California. You know, and I work for the county of San Bernardino. But to hear the Board of Supervisors say they want to get away from the state, it's just sad. We know how blessed we are to be a county in the state of California. And at a time where we had unprecedented funding, even the case they're making doesn't make any sense. I can even see it was a time when we didn't have a lot of funding. But the county of San Bernardino, I'm there, have gotten more funding now than they have in the 42 years I've been in the county. So it doesn't make sense the case they make, other than, I know, I'm not stupid, it's for some political reason. And the only reason why I feel comfortable talking about it, because I'm about ready to retire. But I'm just saying we need to concentrate and focus on what's good and giving hope to our students. And I say to the parents out there, if there's something that you need, there's something we're not doing right, then make the phone call, contact us. That's what we're here for. We're here to make as many kids successful as possible. And one of the few times in history, we actually have resources to do even more than what we've been doing. And I just want to say thank you for everybody in this room and everybody listening and all the people that do the work day in and day out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman, and I'll try to make it brief so I could give my minutes to those that went over. Just kidding. By a minute and 43 seconds. No, they reset the clock. They reset the clock. That was over. Yes, it was, Mr. Tillman. It's all good.
There's a negative sign on there when you go over.
We're going to get a bell on there just for you. Just to keep building on student performance, achievement, and support from our board. Heard a lot of great things already today. And a number of us got to go to the Black Honor Roll celebration. It was a celebration. I look forward to that every year. Those of you who know, I love drumline. And they had drumline that grew from, it was only like 4 people last year, and this year's about 8. And I learned that you could have a drumline with 4, so that just made my heart warm because I'm trying to do that at the county. So I know we could do 4. That's not hard. The mariachi and ballet, and if I say this wrong, correct me, Mr. Voss, is it folklorico or folklorico? So I spelled it wrong. I didn't put my L in there, folklorico. So we had our parent info meeting at Martin Luther King Junior Middle School as well as Arrowview Middle School and had phenomenal turnout. A lot of interest from our families and our kids. And, I expect that. We say it all the time, the term world class for our sports programs. Well, it should be a world class program for our VAPA programs as well. And I learned that, even the uniforms that the performers wear, whether it's the mariachis or the dancers, also significant regions of Mexico. And I thought, wow, that's pretty cool. I never knew that, just so you know. So as we buy uniforms for our athletes and our players, I expect us to buy uniforms for our dancers and our entertainers. Same with the instruments. I want only the best for our kids because I expect that, which is kind of a club right now, to turn into a incredible performance throughout our district and to be the best in the state. I know we can because we have, as we've heard before, 80% of our kids are Latinos or Hispanics or Mexicans, and great heritage there. So there's no reason why that can't explode. Definitely Fall Management Conference. I apologize I couldn't be there. I was out of state for work, but it was great that our colleagues were there because I think you guys put on a just incredible presentation and show and celebration and professional development. Like I tell folks, if you want to learn to advance yourself, come to San Marino City because the professional development here is second to none. So I'm upset that I missed it because I would love to have seen that. Mr. Tillman kind of already rained on my parade, but it's football season. And for those of you who know, I love football season. I went already to one of our home games to one of our high schools, Cajon High School, and against Jurupa High School, which is my hometown. I don't claim them because there's only one high school in Fontana, but that's all right because we beat them, and we beat them really well. So I was excited to see our team do that. And, again, our staff did an amazing job there with just crowd control because, students are excited to be back, but they're also anxious, probably parents worse than students. So it was funny because there were some, little excursions there, and one of them was a parent and one of our vendors, which I thought was funny because I actually recommended that vendor, so I got to go let him know next time. Don't act like that at our events. So, but great event. I think that's about it. Let me make sure before I get out of here. Just safety. We've had another tragic incident in our city recently, and loss of a student. There's nothing that can, make up for that, folks. And so we got to continue to focus on safety and working together, as I heard from some of our colleagues with the local department, police department, and new chief. And then obviously the heat out there. We've heard a lot about the heat. I don't think it's a secret to any of us. So we all know about the heat. So, take the precautions you should, right? Wear light clothing, hydrate, stay in the shade, don't go out in the sun, no extraneous activity. I was out in Needles for work for our Williams visit last week, and I was working outside, 116 degrees. So yeah, I get it. It is hot out there. But same time, let's just make sure we use the proper precautions. It's crazy out there. It's like the heat's normal out there. Kids are out there playing PE and all that, and I was like, I'm burning up over here. And so, but again, we need to be safe and just consider that at all times. So that is my comments. I'll try to keep it brief, and I'm going to have to pass it over here to Dr. Rodriguez, and we'll go to our AIC comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, and distinguished board members. I would like to acknowledge and thank our cabinet team for their hard work and dedication to our district. It's an honor to work with such a talented team that is focused on bringing quality leadership to our schools and community. I would also like to thank our board for giving the AICs the opportunity to learn and grow. We appreciate your trust, the trust that you have in us to lead this district, and that means very much to us. I would also like to acknowledge our labor partners. Through cooperation and transparency, we work together to ensure our schools, staff, students, and families are supported. September is Attendance Awareness Month, so thank you, Dr. Rogers, for bringing that up. We are reminding families about why it's important for students to attend school in every class every single day. We know that when students are not in class, they fall behind, and so we want to make sure that we give our students every opportunity to be successful. We are working on a proactive campaign that includes marketing messages with TV commercials, bus shelter ads, school banners, social media, and immediate attendance rewards. Our schools will also be surprising students with unexpected treats on random days, only for those students who are attending school on that day. Operation Student Recovery reached out to over 300 students. So on August 24th, district staff and community volunteers went out in teams to find students who had been missing school in our first Operation Student Recovery of this school year. Altogether, we had 28 volunteers who made 303 home visits to help our families overcome barriers to attendance. Special thanks to volunteers from our local Amazon warehouse who brought backpacks filled with school supplies and joined us as we conducted those home visits. We are aware of the evictions that are occurring in our community. That's reference to our 2991 Mountain Avenue evictions. Please know that our district representatives are offering support to our students. We continue to monitor the situation and we will support as we can. There are approximately 16 students that have been affected by this action. Late Start Committee update. So Dr. Funches, Mr. Samprisi, and Marie Espinoza are bringing back the Transportation Late Start Committee work to ensure that SB 328 Late Start implementation is on schedule for July 1, 2023. So work sessions will begin on September the 12th, and we will provide opportunities for stakeholder input on our late start schedules. We would like to congratulate Arroyo Valley High School, Principal Bernardo Valenzuela and his team at Arroyo for successfully completing their IB Middle Years Program evaluation from WASC. That means that the school's IB accreditation will be approved through 2025. And then we'd also like to bring attention to our next meeting. We will be bringing back the Outstanding Awards to celebrate students, parents, and staff in our schools in person. We will also be adding recognition for our outstanding district partner to each month's awards. On September 20th, we will be honoring Holcomb, Kendall, Shannon Hills, and Cajon High School. And we will also be launching our partner recognition award with an award for our longtime district partner of Loma Linda University. Thank you very much. Those are all my comments.
All righty, thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. And I do apologize, I'm gonna have to look over on your screen because my screen is frozen. And I believe we are at action items. Over here a little bit. 10.1, approval of personnel report number 4 dated September 6, 2022, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
As presented.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? No? All right, let's vote. Now we'll have to go verbal.
Oh, it
Yay
came up.
for me.
So it's coming up and no? Yes, but mine came up.
No, mine's my whole
Yours is mine.
my whole monitor's frozen, so
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just
Mine came up.
okay. Good, good.
Did yours?
All right, so I'm the only one that has to go verbal, I think. So mine's a yay. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 10.2, emergency resolution for Cajon High School HVAC closure. Do I have to read?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, I'm a yay. Mine's still not coming up, so we'll see on the rest. Okay, motion carries. 10.3, approval of the annual $500 certificated teacher allocation for consumable classroom materials.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. That'll be a yay. Okay, motion carries. We're going to move on to our consent agenda. 11.1, approval of consent items.
Moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion or items to be pulled?
Yes, I have one,
Okay, Dr. Flores?
just for discussion. 11.7.
11.7. Any others? All right, we'll keep it right moving along. All right, let's go ahead and approve the consent agenda as amended. We'll go ahead and vote. Aye for me. All right, motion carries. Let's move on to 11.7, award of RFP number 21-24, interpretation and translation services, the amount of $300,000 for business services.
I just wanted clarification. Are all our interpretation services going under communications?
Yes, we are centralizing them. However, they will be accessible to all the departments that currently use interpretation services. So
'Cause I'm wondering, how is special ed going to access them for IEPs and 504s and the multilingual department and then also our school sites? Because those are, how is that going to be handled? Usually, I thought that we didn't centralize. We, distributed it out because then they have more direct access to it. So I just want to know, Dr. Rodriguez, what's the rationale behind that?
Our plan is to centralize because we had so many contracts and the volume of money that was going out with all of the different departments. We thought that it was better for it to be centralized so that we could have better deals as far as the service. Now, our plan is that we do have within our respective providers, we will have designated folks who will be working with our designated departments. So that way they can count on those people to be able to show up consistently with their department business.
So just to be clear, out of these three providers, they will be designated to the different special, like for special ed, for multilingual department.
So there are four
three or
different
four, yeah,
bids,
yeah,
right?
right.
And so they do have different capacities. So we have the ability to do multiple languages now, as well as American Sign Language.
Right, I saw that, but my concern is when you centralize, I see the rationale for money and so forth, but if you don't designate specifically who's going to do what, then, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, and I hope that doesn't happen.
So we'll take that into consideration and we'll work with the directors for them to be assigned particular vendors so they will have immediate contacts with those businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So moved.
Sorry, Dr. Flores, Vice President Tillman. We have continued discussion.
So these companies that are on here, have we used them before?
We have used two of these before. These other companies, HANA and Language Network, are new to us. They went through the RFP process. We did include parents from our respective advisories as they reviewed the various proposals.
Out of these two, prior to this contract, how many other companies did we use?
Gosh, I think we had probably 4 to 6.
And if these providers don't do the work we expect, we have a way to bring in more resources?
Yes, just like the other RFP processes that we have for CAPS, we also have the ability to also do them with this particular type of translation. So if there is a need, we can open RFP again and solicit more vendors.
Key is to make sure that they can get the work done.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Dr. White, I had an additional follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. That was really important. My concern is that, our parents, our Spanish-speaking parents, have great concerns with the efficacy and the efficiency of getting their IEPs translated. You know, we have 1 month, that's unacceptable, time frame. And are any of these translation companies, do they specialize in IEPs and 504s?
So 3 of these bidders have expertise in actual written translation. I'll defer, do we have information about IEP and 504?
Yes, in fact, one of the things that we specifically evaluated was the guaranteed turnaround and their experience with participating in the IEP process.
turnaround.
To making sure that they could be turned around within, I think we can get them within 48 hours. Maybe even
48?
within 24.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right. Okay, that's better than 30 days, yeah. Sometimes 2 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. And Ms. Ontiveros, for clarification, you said 24 to 48 hours?
Believe that was the standard that they had, yes.
This is for written interpretation
Yeah, translation, yes.
or translation, excuse me. Wow, that's nice. All right. Let's hope that's across the board. Ms. Ceballos, because I know that's what you're going to bring up.
Yes, so actually, I'm really glad to hear that because I was about to ask about the policy subcommittee. I still haven't received dates on the consensus that we had gotten, so I'm assuming that that's coming.
Yes and no.
Okay.
So yes, they will be coming, but we are still working with having our special education department understand that we need to have specificity around turnaround times. So we actually have a board policy proposal, but it doesn't include that information. So we have sent it back to special ed for them to include the specificity of actual turnaround time for IEPs. Not just that they would be translated, but that there's an actual deadline of time.
Oh, absolutely. That was the request. So,
Correct.
okay, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. And Dr. Flores.
I still have this gnawing question. Why is it under communications when all of it is educational? I don't think that is, for me, I don't think it's appropriate because it should be under both special ed and educational services. Because you guys are the assistant soups that know where to go and what to do. So
If I may,
I'm concerned about that.
if I may, we are putting in place an oversight group that has representation from
I know,
all
but
of the
that's an
district's
additional
departments.
bureaucratic, that's an additional
And
bureaucratic.
each department will have direct access to the interpreters to be able to secure the support
Yeah,
that they
that,
specifically
I
need.
understand what you're saying, but it shouldn't be under communications. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Just to clarify, what department was it under? Or is it currently under?
It's all over the place.
So it's depending on
So
where.
so we have contracts for interpretation and special education. We have them in family engagement, where we also had it in multilingual programs. And then there was also translation services, not necessarily a contract, but also in communications.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Vice President Tillman.
Just to be fair, I think that when you try something new, then you look to make sure it's successful. If not being successful, then we shouldn't hesitate to revert back. You know, I do IT for a living, and a lot of times people want to centralize IT. Now, some things work when it's centralized, some things don't, but it's going to be obvious. So my only point is if it's not, then we can make the changes that we need to make. With that, I'll move to approve.
Second.
All righty. We have a long discussion, and we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote. Am I? Sorry. We're looking at my screen. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 12.0, review board requests. 12.1, staff will review items updates requested. Ms. Ontiveros.
This evening, Board, hopefully I captured them all because we didn't actually start making some requests until we got to the conversation around board policies. So the first item that I captured for you was related to sending the consensus around sending board policy 9124 to the committee to consider language options for adding permission of individual board members to contact legal counsel. Following that, there was also consensus to send board policy 9270, conflict of interest policy, to the committee also for review. There was a request by Dr. Barbara Flores to request that we get a legal opinion on the current language of board policy 9270 so that the committee could consider that in their review process. Dr. Gwen Rogers then asked that we would provide an update on absenteeism, including by class period. Dr. Gwen Rogers then asked if we would have a board presentation about family engagement activities. Dr. Barbara Flores asked if we would consider implementing a beautification campaign for our schools. And then Dr. Barbara Flores, you asked if we would consider strategies for encouraging students to complete the FAFSA, noting that there were billions of dollars left on the table unclaimed in 2021. Mr. Danny Tillman asked that we would encourage staff to move quickly to spend the money that's available to them, recognizing that we do have unprecedented resources. And then Mr. Tillman and Dr. Scott Wyatt talked about some types of things that we might consider using those resources for if we need to move quickly to spend dollars, including musical instruments, computers, uniforms for athletes and performers, basically things that provide opportunities for students. And that was all of the requests that I captured this evening.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ontiveros. Is that
Move to adjourn.
all right? Just checking to see if those are correct. We have a motion to adjourn and a second. My goodness gracious, I don't think I have to ask for a vote for that. And want to thank our other staff that are out there that hung with us. We actually did it okay, a little before 11, but not bad. Better than we normally do. So great to see everyone. Thank you for sticking around with us. Drive safe. Stay safe, and God bless you all.